Chapter 2575. Unknowingly, our divine conduit realm is already an 800-pound child. It needs nutrients to continue growing. Nutrients are the monthly votes. Thousands of ferocious demons attacked fiercely. They were like a storm that wanted to destroy all life, making people shudder. Even the protective shield of a space-crossing airship could not isolate the invasion of this aura. Everyone could clearly feel it. With a boom, the space-crossing airship shook violently. The protective shield was directly attacked again and again. It was constantly eroded and broken. Chunzong saw clearly that the protective shield was not very effective against the ferocious demons. At least, the impact of these ferocious demons was not as strong as the previous lightning storm. However, they had an amazing corrosive property. They quickly eroded holes in the protective shield of the space-crossing airship, but they did not really break it. After that, numerous ferocious demons of various appearances that were shrouded in a baleful aura charged brazenly through the holes in the barrier. They directly charged towards the people on the deck of the flying ship, intending to kill and devour them. The ferocious aura on the ferocious demons was extremely strong. Compared to the countless demons of the void that Chunzong had killed before, it was like a small insect compared to a dragon. The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Facing the ferocious demons of a universe, most people would unconsciously tremble. It was a kind of oppression and threat to their lives. Even the elites who had experienced hundreds of battles had to be cautious and not be the slightest bit careless. An extremely ferocious demon instantly pounced on Chunzong. Its sharp claws tore through the air and tore through everything. The power of the third realm burst out directly, immediately bringing a strong threat to Chunzong. It was as if he would be torn apart by the claws if he was hit. Draw the sword. A sword light flashed and instantly broke through the air. The world sword technique burst out with an amazing power and directly slashed the ferocious demon, killing it with one strike. If it was during normal times, Chunzong would still fight with a few ferocious demons of the universe to see the abilities of the real ferocious demons of the universe. However, there were thousands of ferocious demons of the universe now, and the situation was critical. There was no room for hesitation. Slash, slash, slash. The great Mastery World sword technique burst out with amazing power. Each strike was fatal. However, the thousands of ferocious cosmic demons were all at the third realm. Moreover, they were extremely ferocious and did not fear death. They charged forward one after another. Although Chunzong could kill them, there were also some people who were weaker. Faced with such terrifying and ferocious cosmic demons, they could not resist and were directly killed and devoured. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Great Mastery World Sword. Third Realm, ferocious demons of the universe. And Third Realm, ferocious demons of the universe. And Third Realm, ferocious demons of the universe. Ferocious demons of the universe. And Universe, ferocious demons of the realm. And Universe, ferocious demons. And Universe Realm, ferocious demons. And Universe Realm. To Universe, ferocious demons to realm. To be. Free demons of the universe, demon divine. Be. The sword light was extremely domineering. It slashed down and killed a Universe Realm, ferocious demon. Chunzong's current power was comparable to some pseudo-realm transcendence. Battle cries shook the heavens. Killing intent surged like a tide, baleful aura surging violently. Blood splattered on the deck of the space-crossing airship. Chunzong was killing a ferocious demon with one strike. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly dodged. A strong wind broke through the air behind him. It seemed to tear the void apart. Chunzong's glabella trembled. The power of the 9 mystic protection technique was torn apart. Almost. If he reacted a little slower, that strike would not only tear apart the power of the 9 mystic protection technique, but it would also tear apart his godly image body. He dodged. He turned around and slashed with his sword. With a clang, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. Chunzong felt a terrifying recoil force pass through the sword and hit his wrist. The web between his thumb and forefinger went numb as if it was about to be torn apart. A ferocious demon. Only the universe realm ferocious demon, which looked like a demonic praying mantis, waved its dual blades and attacked again. The ferocious demon's power was tyrannical and his speed was astonishing. When the dual blades were used, it was extremely simple. Slash, slash, slash. The continuous slashes were as violent as the tide, and like a flash flood, it was unstoppable. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The universe realm ferocious demon's power was amazing. It was completely at the level of the transcendence. It was not comparable to the defeated Dragon Guard. Under the dual blades, Chunzong was defeated. The terrifying impact and erosion came, tried to destroy Chunzong's body. However, Chunzong was not afraid. His power surged and condensed, and he continuously used the World Sword technique. The current Heart Swordsmanship could no longer be compared with the World Sword technique in terms of power. After all, the Heart Swordsmanship was only at the initial level. As if it had been tempered thousands of times, the 12th sword pattern had unknowingly condensed and formed. On the space-crossing airship, Chunzong continued to comprehend the sword principle, accumulating bit by bit. Now that several years had passed, he had already accumulated to the limit. The only thing he lacked was the opportunity to break through. Now, after a fierce battle of life and death, Chunzong grasped the opportunity and directly broke through. As soon as he broke through, the 12th sword pattern immediately condensed, constantly absorbing the power of the sword principle in the universe and constantly condensing. This was also the reason why Chunzong's accumulation of the sword principle had reached an amazing level. Immediately, the 12th sword pattern and the 12th world divine pattern began to merge into one. Sword principle transcendence. World Tao transcendence. The power of the two transcendence great paths merged, and the power skyrocketed. Using the transcendence great path fusion power to perform the world sword technique, its power increased by a lot. In terms of comprehension of the world sword technique, Chunzong had also reached the limit. Now, with the breakthrough of the sword principle, the world sword technique was also gradually improved and broke through the limit. A sword sound was melodious, resounding in all directions. The sword light was dazzling to the extreme, and then it was restrained. When it slashed down, it exploded with a shocking power. Under the sword, not only did it block the slash of the complete body of the fierce demon, but also burst open. Sword sharpening technique. The sword finger swept across the blade, and the pure and powerful sword chi surged like the ripples of autumn water. Heavenly Wind Slash. 12th level AO Wu. The first level of sword sharpening technique. It was unstoppable. The two blades of the fierce demon were suddenly cut in half, and its tyrannical body was also cut open. Turning around, the world sword technique of the complete realm slashed horizontally, and the sword light was extremely overbearing, instantly killing a fierce demon behind him. The power of the world sword technique of the complete realm was equivalent to that of a 5th level AO Wu, and it was the top 5th level AO Wu. Think about it. How terrifying would it be if an ordinary sword technique could burst out with the power of a 5th level AO Wu? If every sword could burst out with the power of a transcendence AO Wu, it would be even more shocking. But it was just wishful thinking. Chunzong didn't think too much about it. After his sword principle broke through to the transcendence realm, his world sword technique also broke through to the complete realm. The power of every sword increased greatly, and every sword was fatal. He didn't need to perform any AO Wu, and he could directly kill one fierce demon after another. After a fierce battle, thousands of fierce demons were finally killed, and the 4th level fierce demon also didn't escape. Although they won, the Trade Wind Tower also suffered heavy losses. They lost more than half of their members, and except for a few, the rest were injured. It was very tragic. Corpses, The entire deck of the space-crossing airship was piled with the broken corpses of the fierce demons. The fierce demons in the universe were extremely cruel and terrifying, but they were also loved and hated by people. Hatred was because the fierce demons in the universe were cruel and difficult to deal with, and love was because there were many valuable materials in the corpses of the fierce demons. However, dissecting the fierce demons' materials wasn't the job of Chunzong and the other guards, but the job of the entourage. Chunzong returned to his room and recalled the battle just now, especially the wonderful feeling of condensing the 12th divine mark in his sword principle, and the world sword technique also broke through to the complete realm. He recalled it carefully and gradually consolidated it. The demons in the universe are evil creatures that grow naturally in the universe. As he recalled, Chunzong pondered. This was due to the One Heart Sutra. The fierce demons in the universe belong to the demon lineage, and the demon lineage belongs to the dark demons. The demons in the universe were the combination of fierce demons and dark demons. However, it was said that the dark demons were more dangerous and rarer than the fierce demons. At least until now, Chunzong hadn't seen what the dark demons in the universe looked like, let alone understand their abilities. The Great Path Super Realm, the Profound Martial Realm Super Realm. Now, only the godly aspect has not reached the Super Realm, Chunzong said to himself. Now, I could be considered a fake Super Realm. After making a comparison in his heart, Chunzong had a general understanding of his strength, but even so, it couldn't be compared to the true Super Realm. Of course, if he used the Boundless World Sword, his strength would be more powerful, but it was still not enough. In this vast universe, his strength was still too weak. Even if he could be invincible in the third realm, he would only be in the third realm. And in this universe, the third realm was like an ant. Not to mention the third realm, even the fourth realm was the same. Fifth realm kings didn't dare to say that they could dominate the universe. If they wanted to dominate the universe, they could only do so when they reached the seventh realm. The sixth realm was still too difficult. While thinking, Chunzong didn't think too much. He was only in the third realm now, and there was still a huge gap between the sixth and seventh realms. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach them. As for whether he could reach them, unless he died, he would definitely reach them. That was a kind of belief and confidence. After going through the space wonder lightning storm and the danger of being attacked by fierce demons, the rest of the journey was considered smooth. They didn't encounter any other dangers until they arrived at the Strange Light Dynasty. Standing on the deck and staring ahead, Chunzong saw a dazzling and enchanting halo. In that halo, there was a huge country. It was the Strange Light Dynasty. The name Strange Light Dynasty was also related to this. When a space-crossing airship flew into the vast halo, everyone felt a strange and indescribable aura permeating the surroundings. However, although the aura was faint, it was very pure. As the space-crossing airship approached the Strange Light Dynasty's territory, it became denser. Chapter 2576. The Mystical Light Divine Dynasty was the #1 force in the Mystical Light universe. It had more than 1/6 realm emperor, many 5th realm kings, and countless 4th realm kings. Although the 8 great nations were very powerful, they paled in comparison to the Mystical Light Divine Dynasty. Even if the 8 great nations joined forces, they were no match for the Mystical Light Divine Dynasty. Therefore, the 8 great nations could only bow their heads in front of the Mystical Light Dynasty. Fortunately, the Mystical Light Dynasty was powerful and occupied half of the resources in the Mystical Light universe. They would not rob the 8 great nations of their resources. Of course, the 8 great nations would have to pay tribute. Chunzong's purpose was to become the guard of the space-crossing divine ship. He had no other purpose. Therefore, he went straight to the second-grade branch of the Trade Wind Tower. Of course, the destination of the space-crossing divine ship was the second-grade branch of the Mystical Light Dynasty in the Divine Capital. The second-grade branch was more powerful than the third-grade branch. The strongest powerhouses in the third-grade branch were 5th realm sovereigns. Usually, there would only be one or two sovereigns. However, the strongest powerhouses in the second grade branch were Sixth Realm sovereigns, and there were more than one of them. The gap between the Sixth Realm and the Fifth Realm was indescribable. In addition, there were more than 10 Fifth Realm kings and close to 100 Fourth Realm experts in the second grade branch. It was very terrifying. When Shinzong learned about it, he was naturally very surprised. This level of strength was probably not weaker than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It's just a second grade branch. The more Shinzong learned about it, the more shocked he was. Even if it was not as strong as the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the gap would not be too big. At least, there was a Sixth Realm Emperor in charge. However, this was just a second grade branch. There was more than one such branch, and Chunzong did not even know how many there were. Above the second grade branch, there was an even more powerful first grade branch and the strongest headquarters. However, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was only a powerful force in one universe. The Trade Wind Tower, on the other hand, was a powerful force in the Wanyuan territory. There was a clear gap between a universe and a territory. Chunzong officially settled down in this secondary building, and his name was also recorded in the register of the Trade Wind Army, belonging to the 8th Squad of the 3rd Battalion. The Trade Wind Army was the Trade Wind Tower's martial force organization. Within this second-level Trade Wind Tower, the commander of the army was a Sixth Realm ruler. Under the army, there were 3 major battalions. The commanders of the battalions were Fifth Realm powerhouses. Each of them was considered a master among Fifth Realm powerhouses. Within each battalion, there are also a few brigades. The brigade leaders of the brigades were usually top-notch Fourth Realm cultivators. Within the brigade, there were also small teams. The leaders of the small teams were all Third Realm experts who were at least at the peak of the High Extremity Realm, or even at the Pseudo-Supreme level. Of course, the members of the team were also all Third Realm experts. At the very least, they were at the level of the Low Extreme. Welcome to our new comrade. Our team doesn't need to carry out any missions for the next few days. Tonight, I'll be the host, and welcome Chunzong. The leader of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Battalion's 3rd Battalion was called Wu Lu. He was a burly man with bulging muscles and powerful energy waves emanating from his body. He was obviously a body refining master. Wu Lu had a rugged face and a bold personality. He welcomed Chunzong's arrival immediately and immediately gathered the other members of the team to meet with Chunzong and introduce them to each other. Including Chunzong, there were a total of 10 people in this team. This was the normal organization of the Trade Wind Army. Within this team, the leader, Wu Lu, was at the peak of the High Extremity Realm. Apart from Chunzong, there was another High Extremity Realm cultivator called Huan Ming. The rest were all at the Low Extremity Realm. Chunzong didn't meet anyone who didn't see eye to eye with him. All in all, everyone got to know each other, and their first impressions were quite good. Chunzong found out that there were many Third Realm experts at the peak of the High Extremity Realm in the Trade Wind Tower now. After constant accumulation, there were more than 1,000 of them. This was something that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court couldn't compare to. However, there were only 2 experts on the Divine General role in the Trade Wind Tower now, and they couldn't compare to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Time flew by. When night fell, Wu Lu immediately led his team members and set off for a famous restaurant in the fairy's capital. He was prepared to host Chunzong and welcome Chunzong back. Brothers, I won't say anything unnecessary. Everything is in the wine. Drink up, Wu Lu said to everyone with a flushed face as he held up his big bowl. Cheers! Come, let's not go home until we're drunk. Everyone shouted and held up their big bowls. The wine rippled, and the aroma of the wine permeated the air. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't pretend to be aloof. He also held up his big bowl and drank with everyone. After all, they were going to be partners in the future, and there were still 7 to 8 years before they left. Awesome! Wu Lu couldn't help but let out a carefree cry after downing a big bowl of wine. This is the quality of the Trade Wind Army. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from nearby. Who is it? Wu Lu was furious. He stood up abruptly and looked over. He saw a few young men sitting at another table in the restaurant. When he saw their robes, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's the rats from the Sky Shadow Tower. You're courting death. Those people were furious. Their faces were gloomy and their auras were cold. In order to achieve their goals, the Sky Shadow Tower would often resort to all kinds of means, even unscrupulous. In addition, they often resorted to assassinations to eliminate their enemies. Therefore, they didn't have a good reputation in the fairies' capital. Of course, most people didn't dare to say it out loud. Only a few people dared to call the Sky Shadow Tower a rat. It was a form of contempt. Those people walked over. Their auras were cold and gloomy, as if they were going to freeze Chunzong and the others. Their faces were full of anger and murderous intent. After that, Chunzong stared at one of them. It was precisely the person he'd met once before. It was the person who'd come to look for him when he was on duty in the capital of Skyfrost Kingdom and asked if he'd killed in Quebec. We meet again. Chishu's eyes were filled with cold light. He looked like he was going to pierce through Chunzong. He had made up his mind to avenge in Quebec. However, he couldn't do it at that time. Otherwise, he would have died. Revenge didn't mean that he had to give up his life. Now, the person who had killed Ing K had appeared in front of him. It was his chance to take revenge. Because the Sky Shadow Tower in the fairies' capital of the Qi Guang Divine Dynasty was very powerful, and they didn't fear the Wind Tower. Chishu didn't know why, but he knew that the Sky Shadow Tower didn't fear the Wind Tower and dared to fight against them. That was enough. He could take revenge for Ing Quebec thinking about Ing K. Chishu's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. He looked like he was going to pierce through Chinzong. The temperature around them suddenly dropped. Chinzong's heart jumped. It seemed that Chishu really had his eyes on him. Confrontation. Even though there was a difference in numbers, the Sky Shadow Tower didn't seem to be afraid at all. They looked like they were taking the initiative to attack. They didn't dare. In most places in the fairies' capital, it was forbidden to fight openly. That was the rule set by the Qi Guang Divine Dynasty's royal family. Everyone had to abide by it. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the Qi Guang Divine Dynasty's royal family. In this place, whether it was the Wind Tower or the Sky Shadow Tower, they were not as powerful as the Qi Guang Divine Dynasty's royal family. Of course, they couldn't do it openly, but they could do it secretly. Chunzong, do you dare to fight with me in a life-and-death arena? Chishu's murderous eyes stared at Chunzong. His eyes were red and his voice was as cold as a knife. I won't stop until I die. Hearing that, Chunzong didn't reply. Wu Lu and the others were shocked. Who are you? If you want to fight, then fight. Have you asked for my permission? Wu Lu took a step forward. His extremely strong body emitted a vigorous and domineering power. The Qi forces around them were pushed away. The pressure was shocking. It was like a mighty storm. Come, if you want a life-and-death arena, I'll keep you company. It had to be said that Wu Lu, as a captain, was quite protective. Chunzong had just arrived. Captain, this is my old grudge. Let me deal with it, Chunzong said to Wu Lu with a serious expression. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Wu Lu looked at Chunzong, smiled, and stepped aside. Since you want a life-and-death arena, I'll give you a chance. Chunzong stared at Chishu and said calmly. This person was a little trouble. Since he wanted to die, then Chunzong would fulfill his wish and kill him. As for what would happen after that, it was a matter for the future. Let's go now. Chishu was worried that Chunzong would refuse. Hearing that, he immediately took the lead and led the way, not giving Chunzong any chance to change his mind. He could finally get his revenge. His wish was fulfilled. Let's go. Wu Lu waved his hand, led his team, and set off immediately. The people from Sky Shadow Tower also set off toward the Life and Death Arena. The Life and Death Arena was built in the Divine Capital specifically for settling grudges. After applying and paying a certain amount of Cosmos God crystals, one could use it. Chishu wanted to kill Chunzong for revenge, and Chunzong wanted to get rid of this little trouble. Of course, they wouldn't delay. Soon, the people from Sky Shadow Tower and the 10 from the Tradewind Army arrived at the Life and Death Arena. Chishu immediately paid the fee. Use this 1,000 deity crystals as your funeral fee. Chishu sneered and stared at Chunzong. Chunzong smiled and didn't reply. He didn't need to. When he was in the capital of Tianlin Kingdom, these 7 techniques could threaten him, but they weren't fatal. Now, his sword principle had broken through to the transcendent realm, and his world sword principle had also broken through to the perfection realm. Compared to before, his strength had improved significantly. Therefore, Chishu's threat to him had decreased by another level. This kind of opponent couldn't even be called an opponent. It was just a little trouble. Wu Lu and the others were actually a little worried. After all, they didn't know Chunzong's strength. Of course, they didn't know Chishu's strength either. But Chunzong had said that this was his personal grudge, and he wanted to settle it himself. If Chunzong needed help, as the captain, he would definitely help without hesitation. But Chunzong said that he wanted to settle it himself, so he had to respect Chunzong's choice. But looking at Chunzong's expression, he seemed to be very confident. Although Wu Lu's personality was bold and rough, it didn't mean that he was a careless person. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2577. There were 2 people on the life and death ring. One was Chunzong of the Xianfeng army, and the other was Chishu of the Tianning Tower. The killing intent in Chishu's eyes became more and more condensed and intense, as if he was going to pierce through Chunzong. His killing intent was earth-shattering, and his killing intent surged like a tide. His primordial spirit Dharma form also appeared in an instant. "It's time for you to die." As soon as Chishu finished speaking, he extended a finger. A jet-black strand of energy condensed at the tip of his finger and shot out. It was as swift as an aurora of darkness, extremely sharp, and capable of piercing through everything. Chunzong did not draw his sword. Instead, he activated his 2 divine forms and moved his feet slightly to avoid Chishu's finger energy. The finger energy pierced through the air, but it instantly circled around and attacked from the side. The finger energy was sharp and swift, and it had the determination to not give up until it hit Chunzong. Chishu pointed his finger like a sword and suddenly waved it. Sword Chi burst out, and the sword light was dazzling. It was like a heavenly strike that directly hit the finger energy, and it immediately dispersed. Chishu was not surprised. Since his opponent could kill in K, he was definitely not weak. There was no way he could be killed by a single finger attack. What came next was his real move. With a flick of his 10 fingers, streaks of finger force tore through the air. The power condensed in each finger force was more than twice as strong as the previous one. They all shot towards Chunzong in a straight line or in an arc. Moreover, their auras were locked on, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge. His sword was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light flashed, and it was extremely domineering. He used his perfect world sword technique, and the power of a peak 5th level AO Wu was fully displayed. Shattered. The finger energy was immediately shattered by Chunzong. Chishu's strength was at the ultimate realm, and so was Chunzong. However, Chunzong's true strength was at the pseudo-ultimate realm. The reason why Chunzong did not use his full strength to kill Chishu was that he wanted to see Chishu's abilities and methods. After failing to defeat Chunzong the 2nd time, Chishu's expression darkened and he attacked for the 3rd time. This time, the 7 arts unleashed all of their power, including secret techniques. Above them, the wind and clouds surged, turning into a dark aura that spread out. The howling sound of the wind could be heard, as if a sinister wind was howling. The netherwind vortex was 1,000 meters wide. As it spun wildly, it seemed to devour everything. The center of the vortex seemed to lead to the abyss of hell. Chunzong only felt that he had been locked in place by the netherwind vortex. This kind of locking in place was like a ghost from hell staring at him. Then, from the 1,000-meter-wide vortex of chilly wind, a huge black finger pierced through everything, as if it was the finger of a giant ghost. It pierced through the vortex of chilly wind and came out from the depths of the abyss of hell. It blasted toward Chunzong with thunderous force. Chunzong's expression suddenly became serious, and his sense of crisis reached its peak in an instant. The power of this finger was astonishing. It was enough to threaten his life, but it was only a threat. Slash of heavenly wind. In an instant, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The dark cyan sword light was extremely overbearing. The ninefold mixed killing secret technique was used. 9 sword shadows followed, looking dazzling. The sword light broke through the air, more than 100 meters long. Although it was a bit smaller than the dark finger, it was even more overbearing. Slash. Under the sword, there was an earth-shattering collision. The terrifying power spread out in all directions. The giant finger was immediately cut open. The sword's shadow pierced through the air, mercilessly attacking Qi Shu. Qi Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, but he couldn't resist or dodge. Stop! The faces of the people from the Sky Shadow Tower changed. They all stood up and unleashed their overbearing power, wanting to rush to the life and death ring to save Qi Shu. However, the life and death ring had activated a protective shield. The shield was strong enough to withstand the attack of a super realm expert. Even some experts on the divine general ranking would find it difficult to break it, let alone them. Kill! The sword light dissipated, and the sword shadow disappeared without a trace. Chunzong sheathed his sword and reached out to grab the storage device on Qi Shu's wrist. He turned around and walked out of the life and death ring. Qi Shu didn't seem to notice that his storage device had been taken away. He stood there motionless like a wooden man. His eyes stared straight ahead. His eyes dimmed, and his vitality was quickly draining away. The sword had cut him in half. It looked bloody. You deserve to die. How dare you kill someone from the Sky Shadow Tower? How dare you? You're dead. The people from the Sky Shadow Tower saw Chunzong walk out of the life and death ring and immediately rushed over. They were filled with killing intent, but they didn't attack. Not far away, there was a 4th-level expert watching them. He was one of the people in charge of the life and death ring. He was from the royal family of the Mystical Light Dynasty. If they attacked, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules. The 4th-level expert would also attack and capture or even kill them without hesitation. Then let's go to the life and death ring. Chunzong's gaze swept across the 3 people from the Sky Shadow Tower. His eyes were extremely sharp as he spoke directly. You. Hearing this, the 3 people were stunned. They had already seen Chunzong's strength. He was in the final realm, and even at the top of the final realm. They weren't confident, so they certainly wouldn't throw their lives away like Qi Shu. Remember, you won't live long after killing someone from the Sky Shadow Tower. One of them pointed at Chunzong and spoke harshly. After that, the other 2 turned around and left angrily. Chunzong, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You're a Qi cultivator and body cultivator at the same time. That's amazing. Wu Lu strode over and slapped Chunzong on the shoulder, making a sound like a drum. He was very happy and excited. The other team members also did the same. This was unexpected. Originally, they thought that Chunzong was in the lower realm. They didn't expect him to be in the final realm. Moreover, judging from his strength, he seemed to be at the top of the final realm. His swordsmanship was amazing. This was definitely a good thing for their team. It meant that the team's overall strength would become stronger. Chunzong killed a rat from the Sky Shadow Tower. With their way of doing things, they definitely won't let this go, Huan Ming said with a frown. Huan Ming said with a frown. Soon after, he stared at Chunzong and said, You have just arrived. Perhaps you're not clear about the Heaven Shadow Tower's way of doing things. The Heaven Shadow Tower will do whatever it takes to get rid of anyone who goes against them. Even if they are from the Tradewind Army, they may not attack us openly, but they will definitely assassinate us secretly. After we go back, report this matter and let the leader know, Wu Lu said. It wasn't the first time that the Sky Shadow Tower and the Wind Shadow Tower had clashed. Some people had been assassinated by the Sky Shadow Tower before. They were quite familiar with the Sky Shadow Tower's way of doing things. Chunzong had killed a member of the Sky Shadow Tower in the life and death arena. Hence, the Sky Shadow Tower would definitely seek revenge. It was only a matter of time. Chunzong naturally took Huan Ming and Wu Lu's words to heart. However, he wasn't so afraid that he would tremble. What would come sooner or later. This time, Even if he showed mercy and didn't kill Chi's Shu, this person would definitely not let this go. He would definitely come and find trouble again. Killing him would solve the problem once and for all. As for the trouble that would follow, it was another matter. There were some troubles that couldn't be avoided even if you wanted to. You could only bear with it and solve it. Due to the disturbance from the Sky Shadow Tower, everyone's gathering came to an end. They quickly left the life and death arena and returned to the Sky Shadow Tower. The Sky Shadow Tower was a name. It didn't refer to a tower. In fact, there were many towers. The leader of the third team was a top 4th realm expert. After hearing Wu Lu's report, he didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he glanced around and his gaze fell on Chunzong. At that moment, Chunzong felt as if he had been seen through. However, this feeling only lasted for a fleeting moment. You're Chunzong. Did you come from the Tianlin Kingdom's 3rd level tower? The leader asked. His voice carried an indescribable power. Yes. Chunzong didn't bow and scrape. Instead, he replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. His one word contained indescribable power and sharpness. What's your purpose here? The leader asked again. To become a worship guard. Chunzong replied unhurriedly. Worship guard, huh? The leader nodded imperceptibly. You're not bad. However, you have to be careful. During this period of time, try not to leave the Sky Shadow Tower. The Sky Shadow Tower will definitely find a chance to assassinate you. However, no matter how despicable they are, they won't send out experts above the 3rd realm. Remember, you have to survive to have a chance to become a worship guard. Okay, Chunzong replied. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. The leader asked him to leave. He was the leader of the 3rd team of the 3rd Battalion. He had to deal with many affairs normally. Besides, his own cultivation also took a lot of time. It was a race against time. Of course, he didn't want to waste his time for no reason. For the next period of time, you can stay in the Sky Shadow Tower. Wu Lu said, no matter how bold the Sky Shadow Tower is, they won't dare to enter our Sky Shadow Tower and kill people. This was true. The Sky Shadow Tower was guarded and patrolled by the Sky Shadow Army. Without permission, even a 5th Realm King would have a hard time sneaking in. No matter how unscrupulous the Sky Shadow Tower was, they wouldn't send a 5th Realm King to assassinate Chunzong. They wouldn't even send a 4th Realm King. This was also an invisible rule. There were only 7 years left before the Sky-crossing divine ship would be activated. Before that, he would just stay in the Sky Shadow Tower and cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, if he wanted to become a worship guard, he would need to submit an application in advance. There would be a test arranged at that time. Only those who passed the test would be qualified to become a worship guard. Strength. Everything required strength. However, things didn't go as planned. In just 3 months, Chunzong had to leave the Sky Shadow Tower because he had to go on a mission. This mission was an escort mission. It was carried out by Chunzong's team. They escorted a few people from the Divine Capital to other places in the Qi Guang dynasty. The normal round-trip time was about 2 months. During those 3 months, Chunzong didn't encounter any danger. Just like what Wu Lu said, the Sky Shadow Tower wouldn't dare to sneak into the Sky Shadow Tower to assassinate Chunzong. However, now that he had left the Sky Shadow Tower to go on a mission, it was hard to say. But there was no other way. The Sky Shadow Tower wouldn't stop the Sky Shadow Tower from going on a mission. If that was the case, what was the point of establishing the Sky Shadow Tower? Chapter 2578. The escort mission was not difficult, but it would take them a month to get there, and it would also take them a month to get back. That was all. On the way back, everyone was quite happy. The night was dark, and the bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings. The light from the fire shone on everyone's faces, making them feel warm and red. The shadows of the trees in the distance were heavy under the light of the fire. As the night wind blew, the trees swayed and rustled, making the night seem even darker. Above the bonfire, there was a thick beast leg that was a few meters long. The fat dripped down and was burned by the fire, making popping sounds. The rich aroma of meat spread out. Everyone was sitting around the bonfire, tearing pieces of barbecued meat from the beast leg. They were eating and chatting as they walked. Huan Ming, how many win coins do you need to exchange for that secret technique? Captain Wu tore off a big piece of barbecued meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed a few times and then ground it into powder before swallowing it. After we go back and complete the mission and get the reward, I should still need 1,000 win coins. Huan Ming was tearing off a piece of barbecued meat as he calmly answered Wu Lu. Win coins were a kind of contribution points in the trade wind tower. The trade wind tower was so powerful and had a deep foundation. Naturally, they had many treasures, cultivation methods, secret techniques, and so on. However, if one wanted to get them, he would need to exchange them with win coins. How to get win coins? Contribute to the trade wind tower. Carrying out missions was one way to contribute. Normal missions of guarding the trade wind tower would also give win coins, but it was less difficult than patrolling the trade wind tower. Only by going out to complete missions could one get more win coins. The amount of win coins one could get was directly related to the difficulty of the mission. The difficulty of this escort mission wasn't high, so the reward wouldn't be too much. Of course, it would definitely be more than the reward for patrolling the trade wind tower. The bonfire burned brightly, and the night breeze blew gently. The leaves rustled, and the shadows of the trees swayed gently. For a moment, it was as if it was dyed with a bit of eeriness, and it became ghostly. Even the wind that blew past became colder, and it was filled with traces of coldness. Chun Zong subconsciously glanced around and felt that the shadows of the trees around him seemed to contain countless shadows. It was indescribably strange. This was something that had never happened before. The faint, eerie aura permeated the air and became colder and colder. Not only did it attract Chun Zong's attention, but it also attracted the attention of Wu Lu and Huan Ming after Chun Zong gave them a warning look. As for the other members, although they were also alert, their strength was still lacking. Chun Zong, Wu Lu, and Huan Ming exchanged glances with each other. Then, they continued to drink, eat, and chat as if they didn't notice anything. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the rustling of the leaves became more intense. The chill was even more shocking. The bonfire danced crazily in the wind, and the shadows under the illumination of the fire were constantly changing, as if ghosts were dancing. Everyone, let's have a drink. Wu Lu raised his wine jar, looked around, and laughed. Everyone raised their wine jars as well. Suddenly, the wine jars carried a terrifying force and were flung out in all directions. They exploded instantly, and the fragments of the wine jars mixed with each drop of wine contained a terrifying force. They broke through the air like a fairy scattering flowers. Just as the wine jars broke through the air, the 10 of them turned around in an instant. They activated their divine forms and directly revealed their tyrannical strength. They attacked in 10 different directions. The strength broke through the air, and the momentum was earth-shattering, suppressing everything. The light was strong and dazzling, and it lit up the surroundings. It was unknown when, but a group of figures had quietly approached them. Chun Zong and the rest attacked without any warning. It was very sudden, and it caught everyone off guard. However, the surrounding shadows also reacted in the shortest time possible. Dodge! Defend! Even so, some people were hit and flew out. However, there were also people who blocked the sudden attack of Chun Zong and the rest. Rats of the Heaven Shadow Tower, you really dare to come to die. Wu Lu chuckled. His gigantic body of 110 feet charged forward in an instant, like a gigantic rhinoceros stomping on the ground. An astonishing power erupted from his charge, as if he could break through everything. He brazenly charged towards one of the figures. Boom! A punch broke through the air, as if it could shatter the sky into powder. He wanted to smash the opponent with one punch. That's right. The people who were attacking from all directions were from the Heaven Shadow Tower. Their purpose was naturally to assassinate Chun Zong. When Chun Zong was still in the Trade Wind Tower, they would not attack him, because the price was too high. Now, that Chun Zong and the rest were on their way back from completing their mission, they were most relaxed. It was also the easiest time for them to succeed. Obtaining the greatest effect with the smallest price had always been the Heaven Shadow Tower's way of doing things. It would be best if they could kill Qinzong and the others without losing a single soldier or general. Therefore, they slowly concealed themselves and concealed their auras as they approached. When they were close enough, they would erupt and unleash their killing moves, hoping to kill Qinzong and the others directly. Even if they couldn't kill all of them, it would be good if they could kill as many as possible and injure as many as possible to reduce the threat. Unexpectedly, Qinzong's perception was so sharp. The slightest change immediately caught Qinzong's attention, and he signaled to Wu Lu and Huanming. These two were in the final extreme realm, and their perception was outstanding. They had rich experience, and they immediately understood from Qinzong's glance. They also felt that something was wrong around them. After that, Wu Lu showed the qualities of an excellent leader and also the high level of cooperation of the team. With just a glance, the other team members immediately understood what Wu Lu, the leader, wanted to express. In an instant, they attacked in all directions. This was a tacit understanding that had been accumulated through countless cooperation. It was also trust, a kind of unreserved and unhesitant trust. If it was not so, it would be absolutely difficult to achieve. However, the assassins of the Heaven Shadow Tower who attacked this time were not to be underestimated. They were both in the low and final extreme realms, and there was even a pseudo-super realm. The sudden attack of Qinzong and the rest was certainly unexpected, but did not really injure the assassins of the Heaven Shadow Tower. Fight! Fierce fight! The one who attacked Qinzong was the pseudo-super realm master of the Heaven Shadow Tower. In fact, the Heaven Shadow Tower did not know what level Qinzong's strength had reached. However, based on the life-and-death battle with Qi Shu, he should be at the top of the final extreme realm. As for the news that Qinzong had killed a complete universe ferocious demon on his way to the mystical light divine dynasty, it did not spread out, and the people of the divine Shadow Tower did not know about it. Otherwise, they would not have just sent a pseudo-transcendent realm expert to deal with Qinzong. They would have even sent a real transcendent realm expert. In an instant, Qinzong made a judgment of his surroundings, and there was a deep sense of danger lingering. The first level of the sword sharpening technique. A night's wind and rain in Shaolu. Without hesitation, Qinzong directly displayed a tyrannical killing move. Under Qinzong's continuous comprehension, a night's wind and rain in Xiao Lu had not really broken through to the 12th level, but it was already at the top of the 11th level AO Wu. With the enhancement of the first level of the sword sharpening technique, its power was even more shocking. Moreover, Qinzong's purpose was not to kill the opponent with this move. He only needed to interfere with the attack of the divine will for a moment. The wind blew gently, and the night breeze was gentle, which set off the night even more. The pseudo-super realm master was instantly affected by the divine will, and there was an extremely short pause. The strength of his divine will and the realm of his divine were not as strong as Qinzong's. The first level of the sword sharpening technique. The slash of heavenly wind. The slash of heavenly wind was now Qinzong's most tyrannical move. The 12th level AO Wu was also very compatible with the path of the world. Once displayed, it was extremely overbearing and its power was shocking. Slash. The pseudo-super realm master could not resist the sword at all. His face was full of shock, and he could only force out his power, but he was still a little too slow. The body of the divine image was suddenly cut open, and even its body was cut open. Its vitality was also obliterated in an instant. After killing the pseudo-super realm master, Qinzong stomped his feet, and a tyrannical power erupted. He directly turned into a flash of lightning, and with his sword, he attacked the nearest assassin of the Heaven Shadow Tower. Lightning slash of shocking wind. Although it was still at the 11th level, Qinzong had already raised it to the top of the 11th level. It cannot be easier to deal with a minor realm master. Double kill. The sword light rushed forward with irresistible force. It was like a lightning aurora, and it was extremely sharp. It pierced through everything, and there was no way to resist it. Triple kill. The sword was merciless, and it killed continuously. One assassin after another from the Heaven Shadow Tower was killed by Chun Zong, greatly relieving the pressure on the other team members. As for Huan Ming and Wu Lu, their opponents were all Upper Realm Masters. They could not help the other team members in a short period of time. Chun Zong displayed amazing combat power, and he killed continuously. He had already killed 5 people, and the other team members who had lost their opponents could naturally help the other team members. This was not a one-on-one competition, but a fight to the death. Naturally, there were no rules or etiquette in a fight to the death. Everything was to kill the opponent. If they could not kill the opponent, they would be killed by the opponent. Chun Zong's strength was completely beyond the expectations of these Heaven Shadow Tower assassins. Even though the Heaven Shadow Tower had sent out more Minor Realm and Upper Realm Masters than Chun Zong's team this time, and they had even sent out a pseudo-Super Realm Master, they had still underestimated Chun Zong's ability. When the last assassin from the Heaven Shadow Tower died under Chun Zong's sword, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the Heaven Shadow Tower's losses are not small, one of the Minor Realm members said with a smile. He was very excited. Although the Heaven Shadow Tower was not weak, the number of Extreme Realm Masters they had accumulated was not as many as the Tradewind Tower. This time, more than 10 of them had died, including 3 Upper Realm Masters and 1 Pseudo-Super Realm Master. This loss was even more shocking. On the other hand, Chun Zong's team did not die, but 3 Minor Realm Masters were injured. However, compared to the other team's losses, it was insignificant. A complete victory. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, a series of rhythmic claps rang out. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. Who was it? They did not even realize that someone was there. Chun Zong's face was solemn. The deep sense of danger was extremely intense. A figure seemed to walk out from the shadows. His eyes were long and narrow, and the cold light was restrained. He was slowly clapping his hands. "It's you." When they saw the newcomer, Wu Lu and Huan Ming's faces changed drastically. Their bodies trembled unconsciously. Chun Zong, the newcomer, is one of the 2 masters on the Divine General list of the Heaven Shadow Tower. Split up and escape. Wu Lu's voice also reached Chun Zong's ears. Chapter 2579. An expert on the Divine General role. The Heaven Shadow Tower had actually sent out an expert on the Divine General role. There were only 2 experts on the Divine General role in the entire Heaven Shadow Tower. In terms of the number of Supreme Realm experts, both the Heaven Shadow Tower and the second-level Tradewind Tower surpassed the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, in terms of a number of experts on the Divine General role, they were inferior to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, as long as one could be listed on the Divine General role, one would be an extremely terrifying existence in the Third Realm. Wu Lu and Huan Ming had never expected that the Heaven Shadow Tower would actually send out 2 experts on the Divine General role just to kill them. They thought too highly of them. However, when they thought about the Heaven Shadow Tower's way of doing things, it was possible. They had always done this to eliminate their opponents. Chun Zong's expression was solemn. At the same time, the light in his eyes kept condensing as he stared at the seemingly lazy young man who was clapping his hands and strolling towards them. Danger! Chun Zong felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the other party. It was like a tidal wave that was surging towards him, as if it was going to swallow him whole. This feeling made him tremble uncontrollably. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, Chun Zong even felt a trace of anticipation and fighting spirit. An expert on the Divine General role. Now he could definitely fight against a pseudo-Supreme Realm expert. Even if he encountered a real Supreme Realm expert, he should be able to resist. Then, how big was the gap between him and an expert on the Divine General role? Even if he was no match for them, he still had a trump card that could at least save his life. Aoda, you're an expert on the Divine General role, but you're here to deal with us who are not even Supreme Realm experts. Isn't that too degrading? Wu Lu said immediately after transmitting the other party's identity to Chenzong. He was stalling for time and looking for an opportunity to escape. The other party was an expert on the divine general role. He seemed to be leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. However, traces of faintly discernible aura spread out from the other party's body and covered the surroundings, as if sealing them off. They could not escape. They were locked on. Once they showed the slightest sign of wanting to escape, they would immediately receive the other party's most violent attack. Therefore, they had to think of a way to distract the other party. As long as they could get rid of the lock in an instant, they might have a chance to escape. In comparison, the low extremities cultivators' expressions were extremely grave, and their eyes were filled with fear. The gap between the Dawn Realm and the Transcendent Realm was too great. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Divine General ranking was also very obvious. In front of him, these low extremities cultivators were no different from ants. Even Huan Ming and Wu Lu, who were at the upper extreme realm, were like ants, unable to withstand a single strike from the other party. Duh. You were just watching from the side, weren't you? You actually watched your Sky Shadow Towers people get killed without doing anything. Aren't you afraid of being punished when you return? Huan Ming also spoke up. He immediately understood Captain Wu Lu's plan. Hence, he was very cooperative. Regardless of whether Oder answered or not, it was not important. What was important was that the other party had yet to make a move. They had to find a way to interfere with the other party, stall for time, and find an opportunity. They're just a bunch of ants. If they die, then they die. Oder answered. His tone was neither fast nor slow, and he played it down. He really did not care about the Sky Shadow Towers assassins. In fact, he did not even care about them. Although those dozen or so people were indeed Lemeters, they were actually Lemeters who had exhausted their potential. It was very difficult for them to improve further. Hence, to Oder, they were not of much value. If they died, then so be it. At most, he would be scolded when he returned. The Sky Shadow Tower would not punish him, an expert on the Divine General ranking, for this. Oder was very clear about this point. You guys go first. Leave this person to me, Chunzong said. He stepped forward and walked towards Oder. No, Wu Lu's expression suddenly changed. In his opinion, Chunzong was planning to sacrifice his own life to protect them and buy them a chance to escape. As the captain, how could he sit back and watch his team members die in vain while he himself survived? He absolutely could not allow it. You guys go, Wu Lu shouted as he stepped forward. He immediately caught up with Chunzong and walked side by side with Chunzong. It seems that this time, we're going to die here. Huan Ming chuckled. Then, he looked at the minor extremities. You guys go. Otherwise, you'll just be a burden if you stay. Go. He made a prompt decision. Although the minor extremities were very unwilling, they knew very well that if they stayed, not only would they not be of any help, but they would also be a burden. In addition, if they left, they could also bring the news back. At least, they had to let the Trade Wind Tower know what was going on. Go! The minor extremities immediately burst out at full speed and left one after another. Oder had no intention of stopping them. They were just a few minor extremities. They were not qualified for him to take action. Even the final extremities were not qualified for him to take action. If it were not for the orders of the Sky Shadow Towers experts, he would not have bothered to deal with someone who was not even transcendent. But now that he was here, of course, he had to take action. His main target was Chunzong. Everything else was secondary. Of course, killing a few of the Trade Wind Towers people along the way was not bad either. As for the few Lola meters who had escaped, they had escaped if they could. What was the big deal? They were just a few nobodies, a few ants. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator would find them invincible, but to a true expert, they were nothing. They were neither too high nor too low. However, for a final extremity to be able to kill a pseudo-transcendent, his strength was not bad. In the future, he might even be able to challenge the Divine General ranking. He might even have a chance to be ranked. Killing such a person would give Oder a sense of accomplishment. Oder was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he walked over step by step leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll. He was indescribably relaxed. His long and narrow eyes stared at Chen Zong with a hint of playfulness. As for Wu Lu and Huan Ming, who were walking together with Chen Zong, he did not care at all. He directly ignored them. Final extremity. Top final extremity. So what? An ant, just a slightly bigger ant. An expert on the divine general ranking had the qualifications and confidence to do so. The closer he got to his opponent, the more Chen Zong's heart trembled. An indescribable throbbing was growing in his heart. It was like spring water gushing out. His fighting spirit quietly condensed. His sword will also became more and more solid and powerful. Compared to Chen Zong, the closer Wu Lu and Huan Ming got to Oder, the more intense the throbbing in their hearts became. The throbbing was not from excitement, but from fear. It was an indescribable sense of panic. An intense sense of danger attacked them, causing their hearts to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if they were facing an abyss. They could not defeat him. Although their senses were not as sharp as Chen Zong's, Wu Lu and Huan Ming were very clear that they could not defeat their opponent. The reason why they did not leave was because they wanted to stay with Chen Zong. They would advance and retreat together. There were no cowards or deserters in the Tradewind army. If they fought, they would only die. If they could die in the hands of an expert on the divine general ranking, it would not be considered a walk in the world. Boom! When they were within a certain distance, Wu Lu and Huan Ming unleashed their full power. They didn't hold back their strength or secret techniques at all. In an instant, they erupted with an incomparably tyrannical power and bombarded Ao. At the moment when Wu Lu and Huan Ming exploded, Chen Zong also slashed out with his sword. The first stage of the sword sharpening technique. Hegemonic wind slash. The strongest sword was like a hot knife through butter. It was merciless, and it only wanted to kill his opponent. Small tricks, but you have guts. However, Aoda merely smiled. That leisurely and complacent aura of his changed in an instant. Baleful aura surged, as if an abyss had emerged, as if it could devour everything. Then, Oda directly attacked. It was as if he was waving his hand casually, but it was also as if he was using his palm as a blade. That strike instantly caused Chen Zong's eyes to light up, and he felt a bone-chilling sensation that went straight into his soul. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Just now, it was as if a divine blade had cut through the void with an extremely terrifying force and sharpness. It was invincible and unstoppable. Everything would be cut into pieces by this divine blade. The sharpness of the blade was even more terrifying. Break, break, break. Whether it was Wu Lu's fist, Huan Ming's palm, or even Chen Zong's sword force, all of them were broken and destroyed by that palm blade. They were completely unstoppable. Then, Oda used his palm as a blade and slashed out. A flash of blade light was extremely cold and sharp. A terrifying, murderous aura condensed in it. It was extremely frightening. It made Wu Lu and Huan Ming's hair stand on end. They could not help but stiffen. In an instant, their souls were captured and they could not move at all. Their bodies were frozen and cold. That terrifying, murderous aura shocked Chen Zong's divine will. It went straight to Chen Zong's qi and blood. It was as if it wanted to freeze Chen Zong's body. It was not an attack of the divine will, but the murderous aura was too terrifying. It was like a cold wind from hell. It still had the shocking effect and power to affect the divine will and qi and blood. Fortunately, Chen Zong's divine will was strong and was not inferior to the experts on the divine general's ranking. It had reached the second realm and produced the light of the divine will. It had a strong resistance to external influences. Chen Zong's body refining strength was not bad. His qi and blood were vigorous, pure, and tyrannical. He was not really affected and could still react. Sword sharpening technique. Slash of heavenly wind. It was still the most powerful strike. He did not hesitate to attack. In an instant, the sword force was broken. A terrifying power penetrated through the sword and attacked Chen Zong, causing him to fly backwards. His qi and blood were turbulent, and he could not help but vomit. There was also an extremely cold and terrifying power that invaded Chen Zong's body through his arm. It was raging and destroying Chen Zong's body crazily. However, Chen Zong's strength was also extraordinary. With his instigation, he immediately suppressed the devastating power and rapidly expelled it. Merely, he had suffered some internal injuries. However, because of that, he had managed to save Wu Lu and Huan Ming. You do have some skills to be able to block my attack. It was not a waste for me to come and kill you personally. Oda was slightly startled. Then, he smiled gently and said slowly. He did not even look at Wu Lu and Huan Ming. His disregard was extremely obvious. But I wonder how many strikes you can block. Oda's smile became more obvious. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2580. Suddenly, there was the sound of a blade being sharpened. In the void, there seemed to be countless sparks sputtering. A long and narrow blade appeared in Aoda's hand, and he was slowly unsheathing it. Sparks sputtered from the friction between the blade and the scabbard. It was extremely dazzling. As the sparks sputtered, Aoda's lazy aura suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a cold and murderous aura. The blade was long and narrow. It was only a finger and a half wide. It was completely black, and the blade was filled with ripples of blood red. It was a ghastly sight that made one's heart tremble. It was hair-raising, whether it was Wu Lu or Huan Ming. After Aoda unsheathed his blade, the feeling of terror reached its peak. Their spiritual wills, and even their spiritual souls, felt as if they were being sliced apart. There was an indescribable pain. However, when they sensed it carefully, they realized that the pain did not exist. Captain, Huan Ming, quickly retreat. Chen Zong said in a dignified tone. A formidable opponent. Aoda was a formidable opponent, an extremely powerful one. Regardless of whether it was Wu Lu or Huan Ming, they were no match for him. They probably could not even withstand a single blow from him and would be killed instantly. Chen Zong's voice was low, but it exploded in Wu Lu and Huan Ming's ears like thunder. It immediately woke them up. Without hesitation, they quickly retreated. At this point, they knew very well that they would only become a burden. Since Chen Zong said this, it meant that he still had some trump cards. Perhaps he could defend against Aoda. As for defeating an expert on the Divine General list, they did not dare to think about it. At least, they did not dare to think about it now. After keeping the Nine Heavens blade, Chen Zong stretched out his hand and grasped the void. In an instant, sword chi gushed out and sword radiance was emitted. It condensed into a long sword that emitted an astonishing power. It was as if it was overbearing and could suppress everything. Great Wide World Sword. When the Boundless World sword appeared, Aud's pupils constricted, as if he was in a daze for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. Dao weapon. Aoda shifted his gaze away from the Boundless World sword and stared at Chen Zong's face. An indescribable light burst forth from his eyes. It was greed. His expression became more and more ferocious, like that of a poisonous snake. You actually have a Dao weapon. It seems that I made the right choice in coming here. The saber that Audi used was not a Dao weapon, but a top mortal weapon. However, even the best mortal divine weapon was not as valuable as a Dao divine weapon. Although he did not practice swordsmanship, he could exchange his opponent's Dao divine weapon for a saber-type Dao divine weapon that was suitable for him. Or he could sell it and buy a saber-type Dao weapon that he needed. Once he had a saber-type Dao weapon, he would become even more powerful, and his ranking on the Divine General ranking list would rise a lot. Aoda's strength was not bad, but his ranking on the Divine General ranking list was only at the bottom. In an instant, Aoda slashed out with his saber. It seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. The saber disappeared and turned into a shadow. It pierced through the air with a terrifying sharpness. It was silent, but it made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. Slash. Relying on the instinct that had been tempered by countless life and death experiences, Chen Zong used the Boundless World Sword to display the World Sword technique. He slashed out with his sword, and the power of his attack multiplied. At the moment when the saber and the sword collided, a terrifying cold force rushed into the Boundless World sword, trying to penetrate the sword and attack Qinzong's arm. However, it was blocked by the power of the Boundless World sword and could not penetrate at all. Unless his opponent's saber was also a Dao weapon, or his strength had surpassed Qinzong's in all aspects, the defensive power of a Dao weapon was still amazing. Slash. Ao displayed the great Dao saber technique. Each slash contained terrifying power. At the same time, there was a strange cold force that was impossible to guard against. Of course, in terms of pure saber and swordsmanship power, Ao was not as good as Qinzong. After all, Qinzong's world sword technique had reached the perfection realm, while Ao's shadow saber technique had only reached the entry realm. Although there was a gap in their realms, in terms of absolute strength, Ao was much better than Qinzong, enough to make up for or even surpass him. An expert on the Divine General ranking list had improved all aspects to an amazing level. He had no obvious shortcomings in his strength, and his overall strength was terrifying. Ao continuously displayed the shadow saber technique. Each slash turned into a shadow. It was silent, mysterious, and impossible to guard against. If Qinzong's swordsmanship realm was not higher than Ao's, and his amazing instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death experiences, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. However, even if he could defend himself, the terrifying power contained in Ao's saber technique made him feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Boundless World sword blocked it. Otherwise, it would have invaded his body and worsened his injuries. Ao's heart was filled with shock. Ao had been surprised that Ao had killed a pseudo-surpassing realm expert as a final realm expert. However, he was only surprised and did not think much of it. Any expert on the Divine General ranking list could have done the same. However, when Qinzong took out the Boundless World sword, Ao was surprised again. Now, Ao was surprised for the third time. Ao was shocked by Ao's great path swordsmanship. Such superb swordsmanship was really amazing. If Ao did not die, there was hope for him to enter the Divine General ranking list in the future. However, there was no hope. Ao would die here today under Ao's saber. Since Ao could not kill Ao with his saber technique, Ao would display his powerful saber technique Ao Wu. In the distance, Wu Lu and Huan Ming were dumbfounded. Qinzong could actually exchange blows with Ao, an expert on the Divine General ranking list. It looked like he was only at a disadvantage. This level of strength was simply too terrifying. Qinzong's divine image body was only at the final realm, which was 110 feet long. Monster! Ao was simply a monster. Wu Lu and Huan Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Absolute saber, killing move. Ao suddenly said in a low voice. On the long saber, a chilly wind blew and cold light exploded. It was as if there were countless shadows surrounding the saber. The murderous intent was monstrous and surging like thunder. It was earth-shattering. It was creepy. Qinzong's entire body was numb. The murderous intent was too strong. It was as if it was going to devour him completely. Kill. Just as Qinzong's body was trembling uncontrollably, Ao swung his saber. The saber completely disappeared, leaving only a saber shadow that disappeared into the void. It carried with it a shocking, murderous intent. Too fast. Extremely fast. It was indescribably fast. There was no way to dodge it. Even if Qinzong could sense it, he could not dodge it in time. He could only wave his sword to defend himself. The moment the saber and sword collided, the terrifying murderous intent and murderous intent mixed into a terrifying force. It was as if everything would be destroyed. Qinzong flew backward like an arrow. He could not resist at all. Even if the Boundless World sword blocked the terrifying force from entering his body, the impact was still there. Internal injury. Qinzong suffered an internal injury. It was a serious internal injury. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After landing on the ground, he slid backward as if the ground had been torn apart. His whole body was weak, and he could only support himself with his sword. One saber. It was just an arcane martial technique, but it was enough to injure him to this extent. It was simply terrifying. Was this the strength of an expert on the Divine General list? On the Divine General's ranking, Aoda's ranking was below the 9,000th rank. What if Aowu was ranked before 9,000 on the Divine General list? How powerful would Aowu be? Previously, Chunzong had been attacked by a terrifying expert from the Tianying Tower of the Tianlin Kingdom. At that time, he was directly in danger of death. He had no choice but to erupt with a drop of the suppressing world force to kill the expert. Now, his strength was much stronger than before. That was why he dared to fight with Aoda. He wanted to see the limit of his strength and use Aoda as a whetstone to hone himself. Absolute Een Saber? Formless. Aoda was even more surprised that the first saber strike did not kill Chunzong. However, he did not hesitate and immediately displayed the second saber strike. The saber strike disappeared as if it did not exist. Even with Chunzong's amazing perception, he could not sense it. It was as if Aowu had not attacked. However, a terrifying, murderous intent spread faintly. It was impossible to tell the direction. It was as if it would come from any direction. It was so terrifying that it made people despair. He could not block it. He could block the first saber strike. However, this saber strike was beyond his expectations. There was no way to block it. He would die. If he could not block this saber strike, he would die. At this point, Chunzong could no longer plan to hone himself. He must kill Aoda. Another drop of the suppressing world force was detonated. When this drop of the suppressing world force was detonated, a terrifying power directly erupted and swept in all directions. It covered a radius of 10,000 meters and directly suppressed everything within 10,000 meters. Time and space seemed to be unable to escape either. Everything was suppressed, unable to move. A faintly discernible saber light, like a fish forced out of the water, appeared in midair and solidified. It maintained the trajectory of killing Chunzong, motionless. Aoda maintained the posture of wielding his saber. He was also suppressed and could not move. Even if he had the strength of the Divine General list, he could not resist such power. However, his consciousness was still clear. This was a rare opportunity. Chunzong immediately took out an elixir and swallowed it. He stirred up the remaining strength. His body flashed, and he became one with his sword. The sword light rushed forward. The second level of the sword sharpening technique. Lightning slash. Chunzong still could not directly control the power of the suppressing world force and integrate it into his swordsmanship. However, its suppressive power alone was amazing. Without the strength of the fourth realm or the power of the same level, there was no way to resist. Kill. Aoda, who was suppressed to the point of being unable to move, naturally lost all ability to resist. Although he was still conscious, he was even more miserable and desperate. He could only scream in his heart. He, a master on the Divine General list, could only die under the sword of a final realm cultivator. No matter what method Aoda used, he was going to die. He could not accept it. He could not accept it. But so what? He still had to die. Chapter 2581. They had won. They had survived. Wu Lu and Huan Ming felt as if they had lost all their strength. Once they relaxed, they felt as if their bodies had gone limp. After killing Aoda, Chunzong quickly took action. He immediately took Aoda's storage device and other valuable items. He quickly put them away and quickly consumed pills to heal his injuries and recover his strength. Wu Lu and Huan Ming quickly recovered and immediately approached Chunzong. Looking at Oder's wide-open eyes and bloodless face, they were absent-minded. This was an expert on the Divine General ranking. Even if he was not ranked very high on the Divine General ranking, he was still an expert on the Divine General ranking. He was an existence that they could never hope to reach. But now he was dead. Experts on the Divine General's ranking could also die. Even 4th and 5th level cultivators could die, so this was very normal. However, to be killed by an ultimate realm cultivator right in front of their eyes was like a dream. After a while, the two of them finally regained their senses. They were still very excited. After Qinzong recovered some of his strength, he immediately destroyed the corpse. Wu Lu and Huan Ming immediately cooperated and destroyed the surroundings. In this aspect, they were more professional than Qinzong. It was harder for others to detect them. "Let's go," Qinzong said immediately after everything was done. The three of them did not hesitate and left the place at full speed. On the way, Qinzong asked Wu Lu and Huan Ming not to tell anyone about what had happened today, especially the fact that Aoda had died under his sword. They should hide it as long as possible. Otherwise, if news of a final extreme killing an expert on the divine general ranking were spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At the same time, it might bring him even more trouble. Wu Lu and Huan Ming also understood Qinzong's concerns. They immediately swore that they would not tell anyone about this. However, the team members who had left earlier had no other choice. They hadn't seen the scene of Qinzong killing Odd, so they needed to fabricate a suitable excuse, such as being rescued by a passing expert or powerhouse, and so on. On the way back, Qinzong, Wu Lu, and Huan Ming changed their route. They were more careful, and their injuries slowly recovered. Perhaps it was because the Sky Shadow Tower had full confidence in Aoda's attack that they didn't continue to pursue. Therefore, Qinzong and the others safely returned to the Trade Wind Tower. However, there's a piece of news that made their hearts sink, and they felt even more depressed. Dead. The other 7 members were all dead. They didn't die at the hands of Aoda, but at the hands of other members of the Sky Shadow Tower. Unfortunately, they encountered the Sky Shadow Tower's people and engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, they were all killed. Qinzong only felt a stifling sensation in his chest. A wave of resentment lingered and accumulated there, and he would not feel good if he did not vent it out. His murderous intent soared to the sky. His murderous intent shocked the world as it spread out continuously. "Qinzong, it's not your fault." Wu Lu's eyes were red, but he still said it. In fact, the deaths of these people were related to him. If the Heaven Shadow Tower did not want to deal with him, they would not have ended up like this. "I must avenge them." Qinzong slowly loosened his clenched fists. He took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart for the time being. Now, he did not have the ability to take revenge on the Sky Shadow Tower, nor did he have the right opportunity. But he would not forget this. Moreover, he could find an opportunity to kill more people from the Sky Shadow Tower. "Captain, please find out who killed the 7 of them." Qinzong said seriously. They had been together for a few months. They could be considered friends. They had drunk together, fought together, and were comrades in the same team. No matter what, they had to avenge them to comfort their souls in heaven. "Okay." Wu Lu nodded solemnly. Finding out who the murderers were and killing them could be considered as a temporary revenge. After all, with their current strength, they could not really shake the Sky Shadow Tower. But killing some people was not a problem. Wu Lu immediately started to investigate after releasing the anger in his chest. Qinzong returned to his room and started to check. Spoils of war. The spoils of war they obtained after killing Aoda. According to the rules of the Trade Wind Army, the spoils of war belonged to whoever killed Aoda. If they killed Aoda together, they naturally had to divide the spoils. Aoda died under Qinzong's sword. Wu Lu and Huan Ming did not contribute at all. They almost became a burden. Naturally, they could not get any spoils of war. Qinzong quickly sorted out the spoils and was overjoyed. Qinzong found quite a number of Cosmos God crystals from Aoda's storage god treasure. There were a total of more than 300,000 Cosmos God crystals, which could be considered a considerable fortune. Apart from that, his biggest gain was probably a token. Divine Phase Secret Order. This was a necessary item to enter the Divine Aspect Mystic Realm. Ever since he left the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the Divine Aspect Mystic Token had been left in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. As a result, he was unable to enter the Divine Aspect Mystic Realm to hunt down the Divine Aspects, and obtain their essence. Now he could. Moreover, this divine phase secret order belonged to him directly. Unless he was willing to give it away or was killed by someone else, it would always belong to him. This meant that he could enter the divine phase secret realm from anywhere. After completing this mission, he did not need to go out on missions for a period of time. After Qinzong finished his preparations, he used the power of the divine phase secret order to enter the divine phase secret realm. The divine phase secret realm was divided into 4 levels. The lowest level was the mortal realm. Above that was the low realm, followed by the high realm, and finally the transcendent realm. Qinzong was now in the high realm. He entered the 3rd level, the high realm. To be safe, Qinzong entered the body refining godly phase first, not the qi refining godly phase. Because his world Tao had reached the transcendent realm, and his world sword technique had reached the perfection realm, the body refining godly phase was much stronger than the qi refining godly phase. After all, he took the divine phase secret order from Aoda. Who knew if he would appear in the Heaven Shadow Tower's territory? Unfortunately, Qinzong's idea came true. As soon as he appeared, he did appear in the Heaven Shadow Tower's territory. Who are you? In an instant, Qinzong was surrounded by more than a dozen ultimate realm godly phase bodies. They were all from the Heaven Shadow Tower. Qinzong's answer was simple and direct. He swung the Milky Way sword and performed his world sword technique at the perfection realm. Kill. These godly phase bodies were all in the ultimate realm of the Heaven Shadow Tower. They deserved to be killed. Even though they would only lose a wisp of godly phase essence and would not really die if they were killed here, Qinzong still attacked without hesitation. Damn it! How dare you attack? Kill him. The godly phase bodies were furious. Not only did Su Immo not answer their questions, but he also attacked them. He was too bold. This was the divine phase secret realm. No matter how strong one was, he could not bring them in. This was because he could only bring in the power of the godly phase body and the power of the great path, as well as his martial arts attainments. Other powers and secret skills would not work. In other words, he could not give full play to his full power. However, Qinzong acted like a tiger in a flock of sheep. With the Milky Way sword in his hand and the world sword technique at the perfection realm, he was invincible. Even though Qinzong's godly phase body was only at the ultimate realm, his sword principle and world path power had reached the level of the super realm. Qinzong belonged to the top of the ultimate realm. He was almost invincible in the ultimate realm. Kill, kill, kill. In just a dozen moves, more than a dozen godly phase bodies in the Heaven Shadow Tower were killed. They dissipated, leaving only a dozen wisps of godly phase essence. Qinzong waved his hand and instantly absorbed the wisps of godly phase essence. He quickly refined them. While refining the godly phase essence, Qinzong quickly rushed out of the tower and rushed outside. Since more than a dozen Heaven Shadow Tower's ultimate realm cultivators had been killed, Qinzong certainly would not stop him. He looked for people and asked about the situation. Not long after, Qinzong found out about his situation. There was only one divine phase secret realm. As long as one had the divine phase secret order, one could enter the corresponding level. The first level of the mortal phase was the most vast. There were many camps that were divided according to different universes. The second level was much smaller than the first level. The distance between the camps was closer. The third level, the ultimate realm, was even smaller. The camps corresponded to the division of a universe. They changed from universes to territories. In other words, the place where Qinzong was now was one Yuan camp, which corresponded to one Yuan territory. There were many small areas in the camp that corresponded to the different universes in one Yuan territory. Qinzong rushed out of the Heaven Shadow Tower in one Yuan camp's mystical light area. He found the Trade Wind Tower. At this point, Qinzong had refined the wisps of godly phase essence. His body refining godly phase body had become more condensed. Of course, there was still a long way to go before it was completely condensed. After entering the Trade Wind Tower, he verified his identity and set the divine phase secret order. In the future, When Shenzong used the Divine Phase Secret Order to enter the Divine Phase Secret Realm, he would enter the Trade Wind Tower. This was equivalent to a coordinate. Generally speaking, if one stole the Divine Phase Secret Order that had been used by others, there was a possibility of being surrounded and killed after entering, just like Shenzong. However, that was also because Shenzong was inexperienced. He did not find a powerhouse to erase the mark in the Divine Phase Secret Order. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. Fortunately, Shenzong was strong enough. After obtaining a lot of information about the Divine Phase Secret Realm's upper realm from the Trade Wind Tower, Shenzong set off. He was going to leave the camp and hunt godly phases. There were 4 levels in the Divine Phase Secret Realm. The first level, the mortal phase, was the largest and easiest. Because of the vastness of the realm, there were more godly phases. Relatively speaking, there was not much competition. However, at the second level, there would be competition. At the third level, the competition would become intense. After all, as the realm shrank, there would be fewer godly phases. With limited resources, everyone would want to obtain the godly phase essence. What could they do? Compete. They could only compete. If they could win, they would naturally be able to obtain more godly phase essence and condense their godly phase body to the extreme. If they could not win, they could only slowly accumulate godly phase essence bit by bit. It would take a longer time, and they would be left behind. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Dweller. Chapter 2582. In the Mystic Light district of the Thousand Yuan camp, the most powerful forces were none other than the royal family of the Mystic Light dynasty, the Wind Tower and the Sky Shadow Tower, followed by the second-tier forces. In addition to the Mystic Light district, there were other districts in the Thousand Yuan camp that represented the other universes in the Thousand Yuan territory. There were more than 20 districts in total, representing more than 20 universes in the Thousand Yuan territory. Coincidentally, the Nine Clouds district of the Nine Clouds universe was one of them, adjacent to the Mystic Light district. Before Shenzong left the Thousand Yuan camp, he also went to the Nine Clouds district and found the Nine Heavens Imperial Court Station. There were very few high-extremity experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court Station. Firstly, it was because this generation of disciples had not fully matured yet. Secondly, it was because of the scarcity of divine form secret orders. Of course, the most important reason was the first one. The sword light was brilliant and dazzling, as if it could split the heavens and the earth in half. Stop it, I admit defeat. The last surviving divine form stared at Shenzong and quickly said, "The celestial divine form here belongs to you. I also promise that I will not seek revenge on you." However, Shenzong's response was a sword light that killed him directly. This was a corner of the celestial divine form gathering place, where dozens of celestial divine forms resided. When Shenzong arrived, a team also arrived. Needless to say, the team directly attacked Shenzong. They were all high-extremity experts, and they had the advantage in numbers. Who would be afraid of who? In the end, they had not expected that they would end up kicking an iron plate. Moreover, it was an iron plate that had been tempered over and over again. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and were all at the greater extremity, they were unable to put up much of a resistance when faced with Shenzong's world sword technique. Kill. It was almost 1 kill per sword. After a few sword strikes, only one person was left, intending to beg for mercy. However, Shenzong did not give him the chance. Kill. Without hesitation. After staying here for a while, Shenzong was well aware of the consequences of being merciful. Therefore, he killed when necessary. Otherwise, it would only bring him more trouble. After killing these people, Shenzong directly absorbed and refined the essence of the celestial divine form. While holding his sword, he attacked the dozens of celestial divine forms in the distance. Celestial divine form. But his world sword technique had reached perfection. His great path power had also reached the surpassing realm and merged together. Such strength was terrifying. Although there were many celestial divine form, they were no match for Chunzong. One sword, one kill. It was like chopping vegetables and cutting melons. Who is that? Celestial divine form, celestial divine form. Not long after, a few more small groups arrived. Seeing Chunzong's strength, they were shocked and didn't dare to approach. Instead, they retreated, afraid that they would be misunderstood as coming to snatch. If they were treated as enemies, that would be bad. Such strength of world by realm experts was. Divine celestial than that. Celestial than the celestial god. Celestial Chun. Celestial god. Under Chunzong's sword, the dozens of celestial divine forms turned into dozens of celestial divine form essences. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong directly absorbed the essences of the dozens of celestial divine forms and quickly refined them. His divine form body was much more condensed than when he first entered. It was gradually approaching its limit. Once it reached its limit, he would have to switch to the chi-cultivating divine form. What a pity. If I can obtain the divine form origin, I can directly break through to the surpassing realm, Chunzong thought. However, the possibility of obtaining the divine form origin was too low. First, he had to find a location of the divine form origin. Secondly, he had to have enough strength to obtain the divine form origin. Thinking back, when he was still in the first level of the divine form secret realm, he had joined forces with 4 other people to obtain the divine form origin. It was a narrow escape. If it weren't for the 4 people's prompt sacrifice and his cultivation of the 9 void extreme escape technique to a certain extent, coupled with some luck, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Luck. He was extremely lucky. If the situation were to repeat itself, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would not have been able to successfully escape. Therefore, the element of luck at that time was very important. Of course, the danger was proportional to the reward. After obtaining the divine form origin and refining it, his 2 divine forms directly broke through their limits and advanced to the low realm. Therefore, his strength increased greatly. If it weren't for that adventure, he might not have reached the high realm and would only be at the low realm. Without a doubt, he would be slower. Most of the time, the difference of a single line represented the difference of opportunity. Of course, although the process of obtaining the divine form origin was very dangerous, if there was a chance now, Chunzong would definitely not let it go. This was because if he died here, he would only lose 1 divine form essence and be unable to enter the divine form secret realm for a few months. This price was insignificant compared to the benefits of obtaining the divine form origin. For months' time was about to pass. Chunzong immediately returned to the 1,000 Yuan camp's mystical light district. He rushed out of the Sky Shadow Tower and went on a killing spree. After killing all the high realm cultivators who had just walked out of the Sky Shadow Tower, he returned to the Trade Wind Tower. His divine form body left the divine form secret realm and returned to his original body. Before breaking through to the extreme realm, the divine form body could only stay in the divine form secret realm for a month. The low realm could stay for 2 months, and the high realm could stay for 4 months. Of course, after being killed, the time required to enter the divine form secret realm again would also be extended. The ratio was the same. In the Sky Shadow Tower, the high realm cultivators who had their divine form bodies killed were all furious. "You've gone too far. Damn you. How dare you target us like this?" It was no wonder that they were so furious. During this period of time in the divine form secret realm, all the people from the Sky Shadow Tower who had encountered Chunzong had been killed directly. There was no room for negotiation. However, in the divine form secret realm, Chunzong's strength was extremely terrifying. It was easy for him to fight against 10 people alone. Even if the Sky Shadow Tower wanted to win with the advantage of numbers, they could not do so. On the contrary, they were all killed like vegetables. The loss was not great, but the grievance was indescribable. After the refined avatar returned to his main body, Chunzong carried out a mission to guard the trustworthy Wind Tower for a month. His way of the heart finally broke through to the great extremity and his heart sword technique broke through as well, reaching great perfection. The heart sword principle at the Great Realm was only at the level of a third-order AO Wu in terms of attack power. It could not be compared to the world sword principle, but in terms of changes and subtlety, it surpassed the world sword principle. The body refining divine form at the Great Realm could stay in the divine form's secret realm for 4 months. It also needed a 4-month delay before it could enter again. Now, only 1 month had passed. There were still 3 months left. However, Chunzong still had the Qi refining divine form. If the body refining divine form wanted to be improved, the Qi refining divine form also had to be improved. Enter. Compared to the body refining divine form, the Qi refining divine form was weaker. However, it was not weak either. The heart sword principle at the Great Realm was already ahead of many high realm cultivators. After entering the divine aspect secret realm, Chunzong made a routine visit to the Sky Shadow Tower. In the end, when the Sky Shadow Tower's people saw Chunzong's figure, they were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated into the Sky Shadow Tower, not daring to come out. Chunzong could not rush into the Sky Shadow Tower. There was a corresponding protection mechanism, unless he was strong enough to break it from the outside. The reason why he could kill more than a dozen people in the Sky Shadow Tower was that when he entered, he appeared directly in the Sky Shadow Tower. When the people of the Sky Shadow Tower saw Chunzong, they were like mice that saw a cat. Although it was very embarrassing, it was better than coming out to die. They did not know that Chunzong had entered with the Qi refining divine form. His strength was not comparable to the body refining divine form. Of course, even if it was just the Qi refining divine form, his strength was not to be underestimated. It was not something they could resist. In the Mystical Light District, the news that Chunzong had repeatedly intercepted the people of the Sky Shadow Tower was already widely known. Even the other districts nearby knew about it. Invisibly, he had forged a fierce reputation. The returning Dragon Valley was a place where the celestial bodies of the Great Realm gathered. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but in short, Chunzong and the people of the Seven Profound Sword Sect met here. The leader of the Seven Profound Sword Sect was a woman with a cold expression. Her aura seemed to come from the extreme north, wanting to freeze everything. She was the #1 great realm of the Seven Profound Sword Sect, Shueji. Our Seven Profound Sword Sect has booked this place. Go somewhere else. A disciple of the Seven Profound Sword Sect stared at Chunzong with sharp sword intent. Wait, you are Chunzong of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? One of the Seven Profound Sword Sect's great realm disciples seemed to have recognized Chunzong and stared at him for a while before asking. Back in Immortal Realm, Chunzong had killed many disciples of the Seven Profound Sword Sect, which made them very angry. However, it was difficult for them to take revenge. They did not expect to meet him here. The chill suddenly erupted. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to freeze everything. Within the chill, there was a terrifying sharpness that directly broke through. The sword light flashed and mercilessly attacked. Shueji attacked. It was not surprising to have people with the same name. However, there was only one Chunzong in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was this person who deserved to be killed. Without hesitation, Shueji's sword light flashed with shocking murderous intent and mercilessly attacked Chunzong. This was the Seven Profound Sword Technique. As a famous top genius in the Seven Profound Sword Sect, Shueji's strength was extremely powerful. He was the #1 person in the Great Realm. His Seven Profound Sword Technique had also reached the level of the Great Path Sword Technique and had even been cultivated to the Minor Realm. Mastering the Minor Realm of the Great Path Sword Technique in the Great Path Sword Technique had indeed surpassed many people. In an instant, Chunzong felt an icy cold aura attack him. It was as if he was about to be frozen. The terrifying sharpness attacked him. Without moving his body, the Milky Way sword was unsheathed and attacked. The sword light was extremely mysterious. It was the Heart Sword Technique at the Greater Realm. The moment the two swords clashed, Chunzong felt a mysterious power burst out from his opponent's sword. It rushed over in an instant, bringing with it an extreme coldness. It attempted to invade his avatar's body. The sword used by his opponent was also a divine image heavenly weapon. It was not an ordinary sword. The other disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect did not attack, because they knew Senior Shueji's personality very well. She did not allow them to interfere in her battle. However, Senior Shueji's strength was enough to kill this person. However, it turned out that they had thought too much. Even if Chunzong was using a Qi refining divine image instead of a body refining divine image, his strength was not comparable to his opponent's. Chapter 2583. The mysterious sword light was as light as a feather, as if it did not carry any power, but it was extremely sharp. It cut through the neck of Extreme Snow's godly image and directly killed it. Senior Sister Extreme Snow, the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect, were all stunned. Their Senior Sister Extreme Snow, who was extremely powerful in their hearts, was actually killed in a one-on-one battle by someone who was also at the ultimate stage. Moreover, it did not seem to be very difficult to kill. He's Chunzong. Suddenly, a disciple of the Seven Profound Sword sect exclaimed while the others stared at him angrily. Nonsense! Who did not know that he was Chunzong? No, I mean he's Chunzong, who has been infamous recently. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect also recalled the information about another Chunzong. He came from the Trade Wind Tower in the Mystic Light District, and his methods were fierce and invincible. They did not expect that the Trade Wind Tower's Chunzong and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Chunzong were actually the same person. The moment the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect were stunned, they were greeted by a lightning-like sword light that arrived in an instant. Even Extreme Snow was no match for Chunzong, let alone them. Kill! Kill! In just a few breaths, they were all killed by Chunzong's sword. Chunzong did not feel anything after killing the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect. However, Chunzong was a little surprised by Extreme Snow. He rarely encountered such an opponent who was at the initial stage of the Great Dao sword technique. This was enough to show that her talent in the Sword Dao was astonishing. Unfortunately, he was stronger. The surprise was short-lived. Chunzong quickly put to the back of his mind and focused on killing the godly images. Chunzong, I've already investigated. Those people will move out in 3 days. Captain Wu Lu found Chunzong and said directly without any nonsense. During this period of time, Wu Lu had already found out who was the person who killed 7 of his team members. However, those people had been staying in the Sky Shadow Tower during this period of time and did not have a chance to take revenge. Until now, they finally received news that they were leaving the Sky Shadow Tower to carry out a mission. This meant that they could take revenge. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chunzong, Wu Lu, and Huan Ming immediately left the Trade Wind Tower. Everyone, let's work hard this time. After we complete the mission, I'll be the host. We'll drink until we're drunk, Han Hu said loudly. All right, this time, that's right. I'll go have some fun. The people of Sky Shadow Tower were chatting as they hurried back. The mission this time was a little difficult for them, but as long as they were careful, they could still complete it. After completing the mission, they could return to Shundu and have some fun. Soon, Han Hu and the rest of the Sky Shadow Tower arrived at a canyon. They passed through the canyon and continued forward. It was the destination of their mission. The 2 sides of the canyon were thousands of feet tall. It was indescribably steep. It was as straight as 2 blades. Therefore, this canyon was also known as the Double-Edged Canyon. The Double-Edged Canyon was steep and gave people a dangerous feeling. Of course, that was because of the canyon's unique shape. The group from the Sky Shadow Tower stepped into the Twin Blades Gorge. The wind that blew against them was bone-chilling like the gusts of wind blades. If a cultivator at the Second Realm came here, they would most likely not be able to withstand such wind blades. If they stayed here for too long, a layer of their skin might be scraped off. If it was a cultivator at the First Realm, then their flesh would be scraped off. However, for Third Realm cultivators, it would only be a little stronger. It would not cause any harm. As they walked, The people from the Heavenly Shadow Tower suddenly saw a silhouette on the long and narrow road ahead. Who is it? Han, who was the first to be alert. He narrowed his eyes and shouted. Why would someone appear in the middle of the long and narrow road for no reason? It looked like they were blocking the road. The person who will kill you. This person was none other than Shinzong. He stood as straight as a statue in the middle of this long and narrow path. Yet he exuded a shocking aura that seemed to block off everything in the surroundings. It was as though even a mosquito would not be able to fly past Shinzong. You are from the Trade Wind Tower. Very quickly, the Sky Shadow Tower's people recognized Chunzong's identity. After all, the white feather clear wind armor on Chunzong's body was very eye-catching. Chunzong from the Trade Wind Army. Chunzong reported his name so that they would know who killed him. Chunzong from the Trade Wind Army. It's you. You actually dare to appear in front of us. Damn it. When the dozen or so members of the Sky Shadow Tower heard this, they were slightly stunned at first. Then, they flew into a rage, especially the other Ultimate Realm cultivators. They flew into a rage because they had been killed by Chunzong in the Divine Aspect Secret Plane. However, they were powerless to take revenge. They did not expect that Chunzong would dare to block them here, alone with a sword. It was the perfect opportunity for them to take revenge. Do you still think that this is the Divine Aspect Secret Territory? A High Realm cultivator from the Sky Shadow Tower stared at Chunzong viciously. His voice was as cold as a knife. Chunzong did not answer. Or rather, Chunzong's answer was to step forward and walk towards the Sky Shadow Tower. There was no need to say anything more. Footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. Han Hu and the others quickly turned around and saw two figures appear behind them, one on the left and the other on the right. They seemed to have blocked their way out. Wu Lu and Huan Ming. With Chunzong at the front and Wu Lu and Huan Ming at the back, they formed a blocking formation, making it impossible for the Heaven Shadow Tower's people to escape. Ha! Are the Trade Wind Army people so naive? You want to kill us with just 3 of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Han Hu suddenly laughed. Among the dozen people, he was the strongest. He was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. There were 4 high realm cultivators under him, and they were all low realm cultivators. There were a total of 14 of them. It was a very strong force. Although Han, who had heard of Chunzong's name and knew that the Heaven Shadow Tower had sent people to kill him but failed, he didn't know the details. That was because Aoda's attack was a secret and the Heaven Shadow Tower didn't intend to spread the news. Otherwise, he would not feel so relaxed now. I alone am enough to kill all of you. Chunzong's footsteps did not slow down at all. He continued to approach while replying. The aura on his body slowly condensed. His sword intent rose as if it could pierce through the vast sky. It was extremely shocking. It completely swept past and locked on Han Hu and the others. It made them feel as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. The sharpness of the sword was pressing down on them, making their scalps tingle. His right hand grasped the void. The overbearing sword light swallowed, and the Boundless World Sword appeared. The reason why Chunzong used the Boundless World Sword was that he wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, so as to avoid any accidents and to prevent anyone from escaping. With the Boundless World Sword in hand, the terrifying sword essence was strengthened to the extreme. It was extremely overbearing. The second level of the sword sharpening technique, a night of wind and rain. Chunzong showed no mercy and directly displayed his powerful, profound martial art. A sword pierced through the air, bringing with it a cool breeze and drizzle. Sitting alone in the small building, there was an indescribable sense of loneliness and desolation. With just this sword, the people of Tianying Tower were all disturbed. Han Hu, who bore the brunt of it, was the most affected. He was the first person that Chunzong wanted to kill. Because Han Hu was in the pseudo-transcendent realm, he was the strongest and had the highest chance of escaping. Therefore, he had to kill him first. Killing Han Hu with lightning speed could also intimidate the others. There was no doubt that Han Hu was strong. However, under Chunzong's full power, the power of the sword reached the extreme. Han Hu was also inevitably affected. His divine intent was obviously disturbed in an instant. An illusion appeared. It was as if he was sitting alone in the small building, looking at the lonely night outside the window. The cold wind was gentle, and there was an indescribable coldness. The drizzle made the coldness even more penetrating. Alert! In an instant, Han, who was alerted, he realized that something was wrong. Alarm bells rang. He wanted to struggle to wake up, but it was too late. Shenzong unleashed his full power. He did not even hesitate to expose the boundless world sword. The sword was already close to him. His head flew high in an instant. It was half confused and half clear. It seemed to be alternating between the two. The captain has been killed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and panicked. The captain was a supreme realm master, and he was more powerful than any of them. Yet, he had been killed by the other party's sword in an instant. This scene was too shocking, and it attacked their minds, causing them to lose focus for an instant. They could lose their minds, but Shenzong would not. He attacked with the second sword. Hegemonic wind cut. The dark green sword aura suddenly expanded to more than 100 feet long. It was like a sword that could split heaven and earth. It was invincible and destroyed everything in its path. No one could resist it. A moment of distraction determined their life and death. Run! Those who were not killed immediately panicked. They unleashed all their power. They did not want to fight Shenzong. Instead, they wanted to escape. Shenzong was too powerful. They could not resist him at all. Only a true transcendent realm expert could fight with Shenzong. However, Huan Ming and Wu Lu, two transcendent realm experts, were behind them. They might not be able to kill them immediately, but they could hold them back for a moment. They only needed to hold them back for a moment. Get lost! The remaining transcendent realm expert roared at Wu Lu and Huan Ming. He unleashed his strongest power and tried to break through Wu Lu and Huan Ming's blockade. Stay! Wu Lu shouted. He raised his fists and punched out. Terrifying fist forces whizzed through the air. They were overbearing and attacked the transcendent realm expert. The sword radiance behind him shone brightly. It had already killed all the people from Sky Shadow Tower. It attacked the last transcendent realm expert mercilessly. It was the transcendent realm expert from Sky Shadow Tower who had mocked Shenzong earlier. The sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. The opponent's body also paused in midair, maintaining the posture of pouncing forward. His face was ferocious, but the luster in his eyes quickly disappeared, becoming dull and gray. Dead. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen members of the Sky Shadow Tower had died from the moment Shenzong attacked to the moment he sheathed his sword. Furthermore, all of them were Lemeters, so the Sky Shadow Tower's losses were even greater. Chapter 2584. We have taken our revenge. I hope they can rest in peace now. Wu Lu and Huan Ming said one after another. They were both shocked by Shenzong's strength. Killing a pseudo-transcendent realm expert with a single sword was truly shocking. He was clearly just a final transcendent realm expert. After taking their revenge, the next step was naturally to distribute the spoils of war. This time, Wu Lu and Huan Ming did not kill anyone, but they cooperated with Shenzong. Previously, they had been paying attention to the actions of the Heaven Shadow Pavilion's experts. They had put in all their effort. After destroying the corpses of the Heaven Shadow Pavilion's experts, the three of them quickly left with the spoils of war and returned to the Tradewind sect. Shenzong obtained 50% of the spoils, while Wu Lu and Huan Ming shared the other 50%. After converting it into Cosmos God Crystals, Shenzong obtained a total of more than 400,000 Cosmos God Crystals. Adding in the God General ranking expert Aoda of the Heaven Shadow Pavilion and the others, as well as the more than 100,000 Cosmos God Crystals he originally had, the total was close to 1 million. Shenzong did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when he was in the Tradewind sect of the Sky Cold Nation, he learned that he had to pay a huge fee of 1 million Cosmos God Crystals if he wanted to take the Sky Crossing God ship to the Nine Heaven universe. At that time, he only had about 120,000 Cosmos God crystals and was still short of 880,000 Cosmos God crystals. Qinzong had calculated that it was too difficult to obtain 880,000 Cosmos God crystals in a short 12 years with his ability. It was almost impossible, but now he had slapped himself in the face. In fact, he had accumulated a lot of wealth in less than 12 years. The total was close to 1 million Cosmos God crystals. If this continued, it would not be difficult for him to accumulate more than 1 million Cosmos God crystals in 12 years. In other words, Qinzong could afford to take the sky-crossing God ship and return to the 9-heaven universe from the mysterious light universe. Of course, now that he was a member of the Tradewind Army, he could also compete for the position of Frigate Guardian. If he could become a Frigate Guardian, he could save 1 million Cosmos God crystals. Of course, he had to fight for such an opportunity. Cosmos God crystals could never be too much. Even though they were useless now, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be useful in the future. This was wealth, and the more the better. Although Qinzong and the other two's actions were secretive, it was still possible to find out if someone was willing to investigate. It didn't take long for the Sky Shadow Tower to learn about the actions of Qinzong and the others, and that Han Hu and the others had died under Qinzong's sword. Naturally, they were furious and almost started a war with the Tradewind Tower. But in the end, they didn't start the war because if they did, the Heaven Shadow Tower wouldn't be able to afford such a loss. It was an indisputable fact that the Tradewind Tower and the Heaven Shadow Tower were at odds with each other, and they would wear each other down. However, Qinzong had also discovered that both the Heaven Shadow Tower and the Tradewind Tower seemed to have methods to forcefully break through their limits and allow their cultivators to forcefully break through to the extreme realm. However, that was an overdraft of one's potential. Once one broke through, they would not be able to advance any further for the rest of their lives. They would not be able to reach the final realm or even the transcendent realm. They would not be able to reach the fourth realm either. However, such a method could create even more low-extremity realm fighters and increase their strength. Day after day, month after month, year after year, the Tradewind Tower and the Heaven Shadow Tower had small conflicts time and time again. Usually, they would attack each other, and there would be casualties on both sides. Of course, the Third Realm Tradewind Sergeant that the Heaven Shadow Tower wanted to kill the most was undoubtedly Qinzong. Because Qinzong's potential and talent were too shocking, and he deliberately targeted the Heaven Shadow Tower. His repeated attacks caused the Heaven Shadow Tower to suffer great losses. As a result, the number of times the Heaven Shadow Tower was sent out decreased, and every time they were sent out, they would be more vigilant. There were even Fourth Realm experts secretly keeping an eye on Qinzong, making it impossible for Qinzong to attack. Moreover, Qinzong would enter the Divine Aspect's secret realm from time to hunt celestial images and obtain their essence. Because of Qinzong, the Heaven Shadow Tower's final realm experts did not dare to enter the Divine Aspect's secret realm. Otherwise, they would be killed by Qinzong from time to time. Within the Divine Aspect secret realm's 10,000 yuan camp, Qinzong had undoubtedly made a name for himself. It cannot be helped. In the final realm, Qinzong's strength was too tyrannical. No one was his opponent, be it in a one-on-one or a group fight. One man and one sword. He was invincible and swept through everything. Those top prodigies whose celestial image bodies were at the final realm, but their comprehension of the great Tao had reached the transcendent realm. They were experts who could previously run amok in the final realm. However, once they encountered Qinzong and fought him, they would only end up dead. Invincible. In just a few short years, Qinzong had forged the legend of being invincible in the Divine Aspect secret realm's 10,000 yuan camp. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, it was the truth. In a cultivation room in the Tradewind House, Qinzong opened his eyes. A ray of sword light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely sharp, piercing through the void and piercing through everything. The sword intent contained in his eyes was even purer and more condensed. Qinzong's cultivation was nonstop. Because of the One Heart Sutra, even if he was resting, he could still cultivate. Not a single breath was wasted. This was something that others could not compare to. Even his senior brothers and senior sisters, who also cultivated the One Heart Sutra, could not compare to Chunzong in this aspect. This was because Chunzong's mental strength was extremely strong. This was Chunzong's advantage that others could not compare to. My path of the sword, path of the world, and path of the heart have all reached the path of the heart. My profound martial arts have all reached the path of the sword as well. Only my God image body is still at the ultimate level, Chunzong mumbled to himself. In the divine aspect secret realm, he had hunted divine aspects and obtained their essences. Both of his divine aspect bodies had reached the pinnacle, but he was still unable to break through. Bottleneck. Chunzong had encountered a bottleneck. The difficulty of breaking through from the high realm to the ultra realm was even more difficult than breaking through from the low realm to the high realm. Chunzong was not in a hurry, because even if he would still be unable to break through. He had to fight steadily and surely. When the time came, he would naturally break through. 1 year. In 1 year, the crossing divine ship will be activated. Chunzong said again. The assessment of the Warship Guard should be starting soon. The Warship Guard was an elite. It was not easy to become an elite of the Trade Wind Army. Competition, at least according to what Chunzong knew, many people in the Trade Wind Army were eyeing the position of Warship Sergeant. My opponents should be the real super realm, Chunzong said to himself. In terms of strength, Yi Fuqian's current strength was invincible in the ultimate realm. Even if he faced a pseudo-ultra realm expert, he would not be afraid at all. In fact, he could even defeat one. Only a true ultra realm expert could truly pose a threat to him. However, there were quite a lot of true transcendent tier elites in this Trade Winds Tower. According to what Chunzong knew, there were quite a few of them, and they were more powerful than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court from before. This was the foundation. After all, the Trade Wind sect was considered a major force within the borders and was on a different level from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Even though this was only a second-grade branch, its overall foundation was still very shocking. But how many people would be participating in the selection of the Warship Sergeants? It didn't take long for Chunzong to find out. In other words, the entire Trade Wind Army found out. 5. Chunzong couldn't help but frown slightly. There were only 5 people to be recruited this time, which meant that there were only 5 spots. After all, the number of Warship Guards was already fixed. They were recruiting now to make up for it. With 5 spots, the competition was undoubtedly more intense. Then let's compete. Exhaling, Chunzong smiled. Competition was the life of every practitioner. They had to compete with others, with all things, and with heaven and earth. Chunzong, your opponent this time is not weak, Captain Wulu said. He was considered a veteran of the Trade Wind Army, and his understanding of it was far better than Chunzong's. After many years of working together, he also knew Chunzong's purpose. Warship Guard. If possible, Wulu certainly wanted to be a Warship Guard. Unfortunately, he was only at the final realm. Even if he was at the peak of the final realm, he was still at the final realm. He was no match for an invincible final realm expert, let alone a pseudo-super realm expert. Of course, Chunzong was an exception. Wulu had seen Chunzong kill pseudo-super realm experts more than once. His swordsmanship and strength were simply terrifying and terrifying. According to the information that Wulu had gathered, there were more than 30 Tradewind sergeants who had signed up for the Warship Guard assessment. Among them, there were 8 true Transcendent Realm Warriors and more than 20 false Transcendent Realm Warriors. Chunzong, with your strength, only 10 of these people are your opponents. Wulu said seriously. In addition to the 8 true Super Realm experts, there are 2 pseudo-Super Realm experts with amazing strength. Their true strength is not inferior to a true Super Realm expert. After memorizing the information of those 10 people, Chunzong took them seriously, but he was not overly fearful. If he fought with all his strength, even if he failed and could not become a Warship Guard, he could still pay 1,000,000 Cosmos God Crystals to board the sky-crossing deity ship. One had to know that over these years, Through his own efforts and continuous killing of people from the Heaven Shadow Tower, he had accumulated Cosmos God crystals continuously. Now, he had close to 2 million Cosmos God crystals, which could be considered a shocking amount of wealth. Of course, if he could become a worship guard, the benefits were not only that he could save 1 million Cosmos God crystals. Next, Chunzong waited for the worship guard examination to begin. The examination of the worship guard was a big event. All the applicants gathered in the camp of the Tradewind Army on the drill ground. Even the commander of the Tradewind Army, who was rarely seen, showed up to watch the examination in person. One had to know that the great commander of the Tradewind Army was a 6th Realm Emperor Realm expert. In addition, the 5th Realm King Realm experts, other than those who were not in the Tradewind Army, were basically all present. Even though they had restrained their auras, the ripples of auras that were naturally emitted were extremely tyrannical and astonishing. They interweaved in all directions and filled the drill ground. It was as if they were crossing the sun and the moon. It was extremely shocking. An invisible pressure enveloped the area, and the pressure that permeated the air made people feel suffocated. Their hearts sank. There were no complicated formalities, only swift and decisive directness. After the rules were announced, the examination began immediately. Chapter 2585. To a certain extent, the Tradewind Army was a legion, an army. Strength was revered in the army, and the strong were respected. This was an unchanging truth. The Warship Guardians were the elites of the Tradewind Army, and only true masters and powerhouses could take on the role. Therefore, the assessment method was a battle, a real battle where the strong would win and the weak would lose. There were exactly 32 applicants, and they would fight one-on-one. The winners would advance, and the top 4 would be selected to be the Warship Guardians. The last one would be the most outstanding one among the previous losers. They would draw lots to fight. In the first round, Chunzong drew lot number 9, and his opponent drew lot number 10. The battle began. A life and death ring was set up on the drill ground with a secret treasure. Even if one was killed in the ring, one would not really die. One could even fight with all their strength without any scruples. Of course, there were restrictions in the battle, and that was that one could not take pills that could increase one's strength. In the first battle of the first round, one was a true transcendent, and the other was a pseudo-transcendent. The result was self-evident, and the pseudo-transcendent was easily defeated by the true transcendent. The second battle was between 2 pseudo-transcendent. The third battle was also between 2 pseudo-transcendent. However, one of them was Guan Ming, who Wu Lu had warned him to be careful of. Guan Ming was indeed very strong, and he easily defeated his opponent. The fourth battle was between 2 true transcendent. This battle was very intense, and both sides were evenly matched. However, the winner was still determined in the end. In the fifth battle, Chunzong went up, and his opponent was a pseudo-transcendent. When Chunzong released his 2 god forms, he immediately attracted some attention. Why is the final transcendent not eliminated? The chief commander of the Tradewind Army frowned slightly and asked casually. Naturally, there were more than 32 people who had signed up for the Warship Guardians. However, there would be a selection process. For example, the low transcendent and final transcendent would be eliminated. Therefore, when the chief commander saw Chunzong, who was at the ultimate level, appear, he was shocked. Chief commander, although Chunzong is only at the ultimate realm, he is very powerful and is not inferior to a pseudo-surreal realm cultivator. In the past 10 years, he has killed 4 pseudo-surreal realm cultivators from the Sky Shadow Tower. He is indeed a genius, a level 5 king quickly replied. He was the commander of the 3rd camp. It was precisely because of Chunzong's battle record that he was able to pass the selection. Otherwise, he would have long since been eliminated because he was at the high extreme level. Is that so? The Grand Commander nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. On the life and death ring, the battle between Chunzong and his opponent began. As soon as he attacked, Chunzong performed his perfect realm sword technique. The sword intent was extremely domineering, and its power was shocking. It immediately made the level 5 commanders and level 6 commanders' eyes light up. The Great Path Sword technique is actually at the perfect realm. The chief commander was secretly shocked. It was already quite amazing for an ultimate realm cultivator to master the Great Path Sword technique. However, not only did Chunzong master it, but he also comprehended it and cultivated it to the perfect realm. This was simply unheard of. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through the chief commander's mind. With the perfect realm sword technique, the power of each sword was comparable to a top level 5 AO Wu. It was extremely powerful. Each sword carried a terrifying power and suppressed the opponent, causing the pseudo-surreal realm cultivator's expression to become extremely solemn. Although he was at the pseudo-surreal realm, he was only at the pseudo-surreal realm. Although he was at the pseudo-surreal realm, only his god form had reached 120 feet. His Great Path and AO Wu were both at the ultimate realm. He didn't even master any Great Path martial arts. With such strength, compared to the pseudo-surreal realm cultivator from a Sky Shadow Tower who was killed by Chunzong, he didn't have any advantage. Naturally, he was suppressed by Chunzong's perfect realm sword technique and could only unleash AO Wu to counterattack. Tyrannical Slash of Divine Wind. The level 12 AO Wu directly unleashed its power and immediately repelled and defeated the opponent. The chief commander had been staring at Chunzong and had seen all of Chunzong's performance clearly. However, he was a little conflicted. To be honest, Chunzong's performance was not bad. However, the chief commander hoped that he would perform better. Only if he performed better would he not hesitate to give a slot to him. Now, there was a feeling of hesitation. Let's wait and see, the chief commander said to himself. The grand commander thought to himself. There were still battles to be fought. If Chunzong's performance was even more stunning, he would make up his mind. After winning the battle, Chunzong advanced to the top 16. The battles continued. After the first round ended and the top 16 were determined, the second round of drawing lots began. This round of battles was to advance to the top 8. Chunzong's opponent was still a pseudo-surreal realm cultivator. However, his opponent was a powerful pseudo-surreal realm cultivator who could fight against a real surreal realm cultivator. It was Guanming. Everyone knew how strong Guanming was because they had all seen him fight. When he fought against other pseudo-surreal realm cultivators, he was completely suppressing them. Guanming's appearance gave people the impression that he was a man of few words. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. His palms slammed through the air, condensing into a shocking palm imprint that was as powerful as a mountain. Under the terrifying palm imprint, it seemed to be able to crush everything. It was incomparably powerful and tyrannical as it mercilessly blasted towards Chunzong. Chunzong's figure flashed. He raised his sword to meet the attack. Suddenly, he swung his sword. The World Sword Technique's severing word formula burst out with amazing power. It was extremely powerful. As soon as they came into contact, Chunzong felt an extremely domineering power surging toward him. The power was even stronger than his sword. Guanming was able to fight against a real surreal realm cultivator at the pseudo-surreal realm because of his innate earth spiritual body. He took a step back and immediately stepped forward. Once again, he swung his sword. The sword light stretched out like a crescent moon. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the air toward Guanming. Boom! Guanming once again pushed out with his palm. The palm energy was extremely powerful and suffused with a faint earthen yellow light. It was like a shocking wave that smashed over with an earth-shattering force. It was extremely shocking. Fight! Fierce fight! Guanming not only had the advantage of having an innate earth spiritual body, but he was also very experienced in fighting. His martial arts were also very good. He had mastered the Great Path martial arts and reached the level of small success, which was quite good. Chunzong swung his sword. It was extremely domineering. It was the world sword technique of the perfection realm. However, Guanming's palms blasted out continuously. What he displayed was the great path martial arts of the small success realm. It was very powerful. With his super strength, he wanted to meet Chunzong head-on. The previous few collisions had shown that Chunzong was still not as good as Guanming in terms of strength. Of course, if Chunzong's divine form could break through to the surreal realm, then in terms of strength and power, he would not be inferior to his opponent at all. He might even surpass him. At the moment when the sword and the palm were about to collide, the domineering sword light suddenly changed. Without any warning, it was as if fine steel had turned soft. The domineering aura dissipated like smoke and fire and disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by indescribable agility and speed, containing a kind of indescribable mysteries and mysteries. It was so profound and unpredictable that it directly dodged Guanming's two palms. It was as light as a feather as it swept past Guanming's palms. Heart swordsmanship of the perfection realm. Over the years, Chunzong had been constantly comprehending the way of heart and promoted it to the level of surreal realm. Even his heart swordsmanship had been promoted to the perfection realm. Its power was even more powerful and amazing. Chunzong had also practiced the alternation between the perfect world sword technique and the perfect heart swordsmanship to perfection. Previously, Chunzong had never revealed the heart swordsmanship, so Guanming was not prepared for it. He did not expect Chunzong to have mastered a second great path sword technique in addition to the terrifying world sword technique. Even though Guanming's reaction was extremely fast, his divine form was still injured by Chunzong's sword. Next, it seemed to have become Chunzong's personal swordsmanship performance. The forceful and domineering world sword technique and the agile changes of the heart swordsmanship were constantly displayed and intertwined. The alternation between them was flawless and untraceable. It was amazing to the extreme. Good boy. The chief commander could not hide his surprise. Two great path sword techniques, and both of them had been cultivated to the perfection realm. It was simply amazing. He was not of the Origin clan, but he had such amazing talent in swordsmanship. It was too unexpected. The chief commander's thoughts turned, and he was even more tempted. In terms of absolute strength, Guanming was much stronger than Chunzong, but in terms of technique, he was not as good as Chunzong. Guanming's 12th level AO Wu could not do anything to Chunzong. On the contrary, under the alternating display of Chunzong's two great path sword techniques and the AO Wu, Guanming was gradually suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. The rhythm was gradually grasped by Chunzong. The sword light was sometimes overbearing, as majestic as a mountain, as violent as a thunderbolt, and sometimes it turned into a graceful swan sweeping across the sky like a gentle breeze. Even though Guanming was strong and powerful, in the face of Chunzong's superb swordsmanship, he could not find a chance to counterattack except to defend himself. Faintly, there seemed to be a swishing sound in his ears, as if a wisp of wind had been compressed and became sharp, piercing directly into his divine soul. Slash! That wisp of sword light was light as a feather, yet it was extremely agile and swift. When it struck Guanming's body, it suddenly changed, as if it had been cleansed of all its splendor, leaving only the most extreme, overbearing aura. The heart sword technique had turned into a world sword technique. Slash! Even without the powerful AO Wu, Chunzong had defeated Guanming, who was a strong opponent. He had won and advanced to the top 8. He won. Wu Lu and Huan Ming were secretly excited. Guanming was very strong, and he was not comparable to an ordinary pseudo-transcendent state. However, he was still defeated by Chunzong. Chunzong's chances of becoming the Warship Guardian Sergeant had increased by a few points. One battle. He only needed to win one more battle. In the last battle, Chunzong's opponent should be a real transcendent state. Huan Ming's eyes shone brightly as he said in a low voice, "If it's an ordinary transcendent state, Chunzong might have a chance to win. I'm just afraid that he'll meet Tian Shuang." Wu Lu said in a serious tone. Tian Shuang. Huan Ming's expression also became serious. Tian Shuang was the strongest transcendent state in this battle. He had an innate ice spirit body, and his god form, Dao, and Ao Wu had all reached the transcendent state. His strength was terrifying, and he could be said to be a super expert below the divine general ranking. In the life and death arena, Tian Shuang was attacking. It was as if he had frozen the heavens and earth. He used his extremely strong and terrifying ice energy to freeze his opponent into an ice sculpture. Literature Museum. Chapter 2586. After 2 rounds of battles, the top 8 were decided. Shenzong was one of them. Other than Shenzong, one of the other 7 was at the pseudo-transcendent realm, while the other 6 were at the true transcendent realm. Shenzong was a special one because Shenzong's godly form was only at the ultimate transcendent realm. Of course, his Dao and Ao Wu had both reached the transcendent realm. He had also mastered 2 great path sword techniques, both of which had reached the perfection realm. In the last round, the top 8 would fight to determine the top 4. When the lots were being drawn, the Grand Commander's finger moved slightly. It was very natural, and no one noticed. Number 1. Shenzong picked up the lot he had drawn and looked at it. He was the first one to fight. He wondered who his opponent would be. Immediately, a figure stepped into the arena of life and death. The figure was wearing a white feather robe. His expression was cold and indifferent. His body was surrounded by an endless cold aura that condensed into a faint white fog, as if it was going to freeze everything. Tian Shuang. Shenzong's opponent was Tian Shuang. Wu Lu and Huan Ming looked at each other. They were worried about this before. They didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Tian Shuang. Shenzong's eyes narrowed. Tian Shuang's battle had been watched by Shenzong. His ice power was very terrifying. He didn't need any special skills. He just released it and it froze the surroundings. It was like a world of ice and snow. It greatly affected his opponent's movements. Under the extremely strong ice power, Tian Shuang's opponent would be greatly affected and defeated. He didn't expect his opponent to be Tian Shuang. An indescribable pressure suddenly grew and spread. At the same time, his fighting spirit was soaring. This Tian Shuang might allow him to use his full strength. Even when he fought with Guan Ming, he used his full strength. After all these years, his improvement wasn't as simple as reaching the transcendent realm of the Path of Heart and reaching the perfection realm of the Heart Sword technique. He took a step forward, his footsteps firm and powerful. Sword will rose from his body as he stepped into the arena of life and death. The Tian Shuang stared at Shenzong. Inside his polychoria, an icy aura filled the air. In an instant, it was as if a gust of cold wind swept over, turning into an ice storm with endless icy aura. It rushed directly at Shenzong, intending to freeze him into an ice sculpture. This was a common tactic used by the Tian Shuang, and it had worked twice before. Sword Insight erupted with shocking sharpness, and it suddenly blocked the icy tempest for an instant. After that, it seemed as if a dazzling and resplendent sword light flashed by, and it slashed apart the icy tempest that swept over with irresistible force. What a shocking sword will! Outside the life and death arena, the Super Realm experts were secretly shocked. Holding his sword, he rushed forward. With every step, sword chi burst out, and his sword will became more and more condensed. Immediately, he became one with his sword, and his sword pierced through the air, mercilessly attacking the Tian Shuang. The Tian Shuang didn't move, but he waved his arm, and his sleeves rolled up. As if carrying thousands of layers of icy power, it directly turned into a thick ice wall, blocking Shenzong. Then, icicles condensed in all directions. After a slight pause, they exploded with astonishing speed, piercing through the air in an instant like an arrow released from a bow. In just one exchange, Shenzong became the focus of dozens of icicles, and it seemed as if he was about to be shot to death. Slash! Shenzong's sword was incomparably domineering. It directly hit the thick ice wall, and it was immediately shaken. The terrifying icy power flowed along the sword, freezing it, and quickly spread to the palm, trying to freeze Chunzong's arm as well. Chunzong finally experienced the horror of Tian Shuang's icy power. It was simply terrifying. It was bone-chilling, and it was like maggots in tarsal bones. Once touched, it would quickly spread. It was a terrifying power, and it also showed that Tian Shuang's application and control of his icy power had reached an amazing level. In this aspect, Chunzong couldn't compare. Fortunately, Chunzong had refined his body, and his attainments were good. His qi and blood were strong and vigorous, burning like an oven, blocking the spread of the frost. However, Chunzong found that the effect was not very good, and it was very difficult for him to resist. The sword essence burst out, and as the power surged, it cooperated with the burning qi and blood in his body. Immediately, he stopped the icy power that had just spread and forcibly shattered it. He immediately retreated and performed the world swordsmanship. The sword light was extremely domineering, and it slashed toward the flying icicles. Icicles shot toward Chunzong, but they were all dodged and shattered by him. However, when Chunzong shattered the icicles, the tyrannical power kept hitting the sword body, and the amazing icy power spread through the sword body and invaded Chunzong's arm. Chunzong felt that his arm was gradually cold and numb, and he felt that it was frozen. Chunzong looked dignified. In this case, he would be affected by Tian Shuang's icy power before he could get close to him. He would slowly freeze, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Then, he would be defeated by Tian Shuang. He had to get out of this predicament. However, it was too difficult. Even if Chunzong's swordsmanship was superb, he could not get close to Tian Shuang. After all, both the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship were swordsmanship for close combat. Once there was a certain distance between them, they could not exert their full power. The two great ways swordsmanship at the perfection realm were important components of Chunzong's strength. When they could not be effective, Chunzong's strength was imperceptibly weakened. He had to get close to Tian Shuang in order to fully exert the power of the two great way swordsmanship. Tian Shuang stood where she was without moving. Layers of frost continued to spread under her feet, becoming more and more solid. Gradually, a platform of ice appeared. Endless amounts of icy energy flowed like flowing water with an icy cold splendor. It spread rapidly, and the coldness in the entire life and death arena became more and more intense. Gradually, Chunzong felt a chill coming. Waves of icy wind blew with amazing coldness. A layer of frost gradually gathered on Chunzong's hair and eyebrows. The coldness was constantly invading his body from all directions. The situation was getting more and more critical. The commander gently tapped the back of the chair with his fingers. His eyes seemed to be shining with divine light as he stared at the life and death arena, especially Chunzong. How could Chunzong deal with such a master like Tian Shuang? Would he be able to erupt with even more power? The drawing of lots was the commander's trick. His purpose was to force Chunzong and see what Chunzong's potential was, and whether he was worthy of giving that place to him. The current situation was obviously very unfavorable for Chunzong. If this went on, everyone could see that Chunzong was at a disadvantage. If this continued, the situation would become more and more unfavorable. It seems that I can only use that sword move, Chunzong said to himself, and a touch of determination flashed in his eyes. Boom! A strong and unparalleled aura suddenly rose from Chunzong's body. It was domineering and forceful, as if the mountains were shaking and the rivers were roaring. Then, the sound became silent, as if it was suppressed. An extremely domineering and oppressive feeling also spread out. As the power in his body surged, it all rushed out from Chunzong's body and into the long sword in his hand. The sword force swallowed and spat out, and the shadows of mountains and rivers surrounded it. An extremely terrifying power spread out, suppressing all directions. The oncoming icy storm paused for a moment. Soon after, the ice spears shattered one after another. The commander, the other commanders, and the Fourth Realm experts were slightly shocked. They straightened their backs, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. That is the aura of a unique technique, the world's sword technique, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Then, Chunzong's sword slashed down, and the shadows of mountains and rivers suddenly expanded. As the extremely powerful sword light fell, the icy storm paused for a moment and then collapsed. The ice spears that were full of cracks also shattered. For the first time, the Tianzong looked shocked. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. The icy storm dissipated, and the ice spears shattered. Even the thick ice wall could not withstand it and was directly broken. The sword light was extremely forceful and domineering. It was as if it could suppress and crush everything. Even the mountains and rivers were suppressed under it, and it was as if the mountains and rivers could suppress and crush everything. He had used all his strength in this sword move. He did not even use the sword sharpening technique, but the sword in Chunzong's hand was trembling, as if it could not withstand this power. This sword move was Chunzong's greatest achievement over the years. It was the result of his continuous cultivation and comprehension of the world sword technique and the world map. It was an extremely powerful sword move that surpassed the level of Ao Wu. Above the level of Ao Wu, it was called a unique technique. Its full name was also the Great Tao Unique Technique. There was an essential difference between the Ao Wu and a unique technique. It could not be blocked. Even though the Tianzong continuously activated his ice power and continuously condensed it into ice walls and ice shields, he could not withstand this extremely domineering sword move. They were all shattered with irresistible force. In an instant, the sword light pierced through the air and arrived in front of the Tianzong. A huge ice shield condensed and appeared in front of the Tianzong. His hands were pressed on the back of the ice shield. His long hair danced wildly, and his long robe fluttered in the wind. It was blocked. The domineering sword light, surrounded by the illusory mountains and rivers, was blocked by the huge ice shield condensed by the Tianzong after it cut through the ice storm, shattered the ice spears, and broke the ice walls. However, the sword light did not break. It continued to charge forward with terrifying force. The Tianzong continuously activated his power and poured it into the ice shield to maintain the ice shield and resist the attack of Chunzong's sword. A stalemate. The two sides were in a stalemate. The sword light and the ice shield were in a stalemate. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, staring without blinking. Even the great commander was the same. Victory or defeat will be decided by that sword and that ice shield. Crack! A sound rang out. Even though it was very faint, it still shocked everyone. A crack appeared on the ice shield, and it rapidly spread. After 3 breaths, the ice shield shattered. The Tianzong could not maintain it and was sent flying. After the sword light broke the ice shield, it almost dissipated. There was still a wisp of sword light left to attack the Tianzong. I'm going to win, Chunzong said to himself. He activated the last of his strength. His body flashed, and he became one with the sword. He turned into an extreme sword light, like a wisp of wind and a flash of lightning. He broke through the air and attacked the flying Tianzong. Tianzong had exhausted all his strength. Otherwise, the ice shield would not have been broken. Chapter 2587. Tianshuang took a deep look at Chunzong. Then, he retracted his gaze and silently walked down the life and death arena. He had lost. Chunzong's final sword strike had defeated Tianshuang, who had already exhausted all of his energy. Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. He could only feel exhaustion sweeping over him like a tidal wave. In an instant, it was as if a torrent had broken through a dam and spread to every part of his body. There was no place that did not ache. His body involuntarily staggered and almost fell. Exhausted. He had also exhausted all of his energy in this battle. The reason for his exhaustion was that he had used the world sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. That was an ultimate technique that surpassed AO Wu's. It was a Great Path ultimate technique. Great Path ultimate techniques corresponded to the 4th level. In other words, under normal circumstances, only 4th level cultivators could master Great Path ultimate techniques. It wasn't impossible for 3rd level cultivators to master Great Path ultimate techniques. However, it was extremely difficult. Very, very few people had the chance to master Great Path ultimate techniques. Those who could master Great Path ultimate techniques were at least at the true Transcendent Realm. However, Chunzong was only at the final Transcendent Realm. Undoubtedly, to Chunzong, the energy consumption of Great Path ultimate techniques was shocking. He had almost been drained in an instant. If that sword strike hadn't been able to defeat Tian Shuang, then the one who would have lost would have been him. Fortunately, although Tian Shuang was very strong, the suppressing mountains and river sword technique seemed to be even stronger. It really is a Great Path ultimate technique. The 5th level cultivators were all shocked. It is an ultimate technique. However, it has barely reached the threshold of a star level ultimate technique. It can't be considered a true ultimate technique. The senior commander thought to himself. Even so, it was enough to shock him. He made a prompt decision. The hesitation in his heart was instantly shattered by that sword strike. He immediately made a decision. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chunzong. It was as if he wanted to see through him. He won. Wu Lu and Huan Ming were both very excited. It was unexpected that Chunzong could defeat Tian Shuang. His strength was amazing. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person below the Divine General's list. Of course, they knew that Chunzong had killed Ao De, an expert on the Divine General's list. They had seen it with their own eyes, but they were also clear that it was definitely not Chunzong's own strength, but some kind of external means. Anyway, Chunzong had defeated Tian Shuang and advanced to the top 4, which meant that he had gotten one of the 5 places. Chunzong was their teammate. Even if Chunzong left the team later, they were still teammates. It was an honor that belonged to their team. In the future, when new members joined, he could brag to them. Thinking about it, Wu Lu and Huan Ming couldn't help but smile at each other. Chunzong had made it to the top 4. Without a doubt, he had gotten one of the 5 places. Next, the battle continued, and victory and defeat were decided. Congratulations on making it to the top 4 and getting one of the places to be the guardian of the ship. The commander sat at the head of the table and looked down. His eyes seemed to contain some kind of divine will as he glanced at them. The 5th place belongs to Tian Shuang. Any objections? No one had any objections. Although Tian Shuang was defeated by Chunzong, it was not because he was weak. He was very strong. Among all the 3rd realms present, other than Chunzong, no one was a match for Tian Shuang. Therefore, it was natural that the 5th place belonged to Chunzong. From today onwards, your soldiers will be promoted from white feather level to red feather level, the commander said. In the trade wind brothel, soldiers were divided into ranks. White feather level was the lowest level and could receive white feather clear wind armor. Above white feather level was red feather level, and the armor they received was naturally different and of a higher level. Above red feather level was purple feather level. In the 3 divisions, only white feather level could be promoted. Red feather level could only be promoted to the 2nd division. As for purple feather level, they could only be promoted to the 1st division or even the main division. After getting one of the spots to be the guardian of the ship, one would be promoted to red feather level and receive the red feather clear wind armor. The previous white feather clear wind armor naturally had to be returned to the trade wind brothel. After all, the creation of the clear wind armor was not a simple matter. Chunzong quickly refined the red feather clear wind armor. With a flash of light, it landed on his body and turned into a close-fitting sword robe that would not affect his movements at all. Red feather clear wind robe. The red feather clear wind armor was in its original form. After refining it, one could change its appearance according to one's wishes. Of course, only the appearance would change, but its essence would not change at all. Compared to the clear wind armor of the white feather level, The clear wind armor of the red feather level could increase the user's speed by 20%. Moreover, its defensive power was even stronger. It could withstand more powerful attacks and offset more of the power of the attacks. It could better protect the user. Without a doubt, Chunzong, who had obtained the red feather clear wind armor, became stronger. When Chunzong came out of seclusion, he was told that the commander wanted to see him. The one who summoned Chunzong was the commander of the third camp, a peak 5th level king. Chunzong greets the commander. Chunzong saluted the commander with his sword. "And follow me. The commander wants to see you," the commander said. Chunzong was shocked when he heard this. The commander? That was a 6th level emperor. It was said that there was a huge difference between him and a 5th level king. It was a difference that was close to the essence. Soon, Chunzong saw the commander in a tall building. The commander sat on a chair with a golden sword and a golden saber. His aura was completely restrained, but it still made Chunzong feel an indescribable pressure. This kind of pressure was like the undercurrent in the deep sea. It was not obvious, but it was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy everything. Such a powerful person only needed a wisp of his aura to kill a 3rd level king. Chunzong from the 8th team of the 3rd camp's 3rd brigade greets the commander. Chunzong took a deep breath and saluted with his sword. No need for formalities. The Grand Commander didn't move, but his eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at Chunzong. It was as though he wanted to see through Chunzong, causing Chunzong's heart to feel increasingly heavy. "You are very good. With this kind of talent, you can be ranked among the top, even in the headquarters," the commander said slowly. The Grand Commander said with a smile, "However, it's not easy to go to the main building and get groomed by the main building." Chunzong listened quietly. He had some guesses in his heart. "You are a smart person. I will not beat around the bush with you." The commander continued, "I have a recommendation in my hands. You could go to the headquarters to train." Train in the headquarters? Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. The headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang was one of the major forces in the Wanyuan territory. It was much more powerful than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Not only were there 6th level emperors, but there were also 7th level emperor level powerhouses. In addition, there were also countless top prodigies. Sooner or later, he would go out and explore a wider world. He would challenge more difficulties. If he could be a step earlier, that would be better. It would be beneficial. What do I have to pay? Although Chunzong was tempted and excited, he did not lose his mind. On the contrary, he calmed himself down and asked. Chunzong's performance made the commander even more satisfied. To be able to remain calm in the face of such great temptation, this kind of temperament was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. "If you can perform well in the headquarters, you will be repaying me. The better your performance, the greater the reward I will receive in the end," the commander said with a smile. This was like making an investment. If Chunzong was recommended to the headquarters by the commander, it would be equivalent to having a relationship with him. Although it was not a master-disciple relationship, it was like the relationship between a scholar and an examiner. It was equivalent to being a student. If Chunzong performed very well in the headquarters, as the person who recommended Chunzong, the commander would also receive corresponding benefits and rewards from the headquarters. That was the so-called reward. Of course, there was another point. If Chunzong became a 6th level powerhouse or even stronger in the future, he would also remember the commander's kindness in recommending him. If the commander had any difficulties and needed help, Chunzong would also lend a helping hand. This was equivalent to an intangible reward. However, the reward from the headquarters was a more direct reward. When Chunzong became a powerhouse, the reward was more indirect. Whether he could achieve it in the end was still unknown. After all, no one could guarantee that they would be able to live forever. Even if they could live, there was no guarantee that they would become a powerhouse in the universe and not eventually fade into the masses. Therefore, the recommendation quota was somewhat of a gamble. If the gamble was right, they would be rich. If the gamble was wrong, they would just waste a quota and would not harm their own interests. After all, such a recommendation quota was not only available once in a lifetime. With the commander's status and strength, he could get a quota every 100 years. Moreover, it was impossible to accumulate. Are you willing to accept my recommendation and go to the headquarters? The commander asked in a low and powerful voice as he stared at Qinzong. Commander, I am not from the mystical light universe. I am from the Ninth Heaven universe, and am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Qinzong said truthfully. Now, I plan to return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It doesn't matter. In half a year, the space-crossing divine ship will set off for the Ninth Heaven universe. With the speed of the space-crossing divine ship, it will only take 10 years to reach the Ninth Heaven universe and send you directly to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The commander smiled and said, However, if you are willing to go to the headquarters to cultivate, there is not much time left for you. You can only stay in the Ninth Heaven universe for 10 years at most. After that, you must return here with the space-crossing divine ship, and I will send you to the headquarters to cultivate. Okay, Qinzong thought for a moment. Okay, I can go back to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court first. There are still 10 years left. It is enough for me to make some arrangements. The headquarters of the Trade Wind sect was more powerful than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Perhaps I can make more significant progress there and become stronger. Remember, you can only stay in the Ninth Heaven universe for 10 years. After that, you must return here with the space-crossing divine ship. The commander reminded Qinzong again, and then waved his hand to let Qinzong leave. After saluting the commander with his sword, Qinzong turned and walked out of the pavilion. The commander of the 3rd Battalion was waiting outside. When he saw Qinzong come out, he did not ask anything and directly led Qinzong away. After returning to his residence, Qinzong had already calmed down. After thinking for a while, he wholeheartedly cultivated. Chapter 2588. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Is this a space-crossing divine ship? Qinzong looked at the colossal object in front of him in shock. It was a huge divine ship, much larger than any space-crossing airship he had ever seen. It was 10,000 meters long, hundreds of meters wide, and hundreds of meters tall. It looked like a whale and exuded an indescribable aura. Even in the void where he came from, the largest space-crossing airship he had ever seen was not as huge as this one. Not only was it smaller in size, but its aura was also far inferior. It felt like a giant beast, which was extremely shocking. Qinzong, who was dressed in a red feather clear wind robe, boarded the space-crossing divine ship with Tian Shuang and 4 other newly promoted warship sergeants. Welcome, I am the deputy commander of the Great Whale, a black-robed old man who looked kind said to Qinzong and the others with a smile. Although the other party had a kind face and looked like a harmless old man, Qinzong and the others did not dare to underestimate him. Especially Qinzong. His strong perception told him that this old man was a powerful expert, a powerful one with terrifying strength. Level 5 realm. After comparing the old man with the other experts he had seen, Qinzong knew that the old man in front of him was a level 5 realm expert. Deputy Commander. His position was extraordinary. During the past half a year, Qinzong had also learned that the space-crossing divine ship, the Great Whale, was not owned by the 2nd-grade branch of the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. It came from a 1st-grade branch of the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. Under normal circumstances, such space-crossing divine ships were the only way to travel between the various branches. It could be said that the space-crossing divine ship, the Great Whale, maintained the normal connections between the various branches. The Great Whale had arrived here a few years ago. Now, it was about to set off for the Nine Heavens universe because there was also a Trade Wind Tower in the Nine Heavens universe. However, the Trade Wind Tower in the Ninth Heaven universe wasn't strong. It was only a 3rd-grade branch. This was because the structure of the forces in the Ninth Heaven universe was different from the mystical light universe. In addition, the Trade Wind Tower wasn't the kind of force that would wantonly expand and annex other forces. In any case, Qinzong had become a warship sergeant and successfully boarded the Great Whale. The space-crossing divine ship started to set off. According to the deputy commander, It would take 10 years to cross the distance between the two universes and send him to the Nine Heavens universe or even the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. 10 years sounded like a long time, but it was actually not long at all. It should be noted that it would take 5 years to travel from the capital of Tianlin Kingdom to the divine capital of Mystical Light Dynasty by airship. The distance between the two universes could not be compared to the distance between the Tianlin Nation and the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. It was more than 10 times the distance between the Tianlin Nation and the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. During these 10 years, Chunzong had to protect the Leviathan from danger. In theory, this was true. However, if they encountered any danger, Chunzong could only be an assistant. After all, there were countless dangers in the universe. Third realm experts could only wander in some corners of the universe. Only those who had reached the fourth realm were qualified to wander in the universe. If they wanted to wander in the universe, they had to be at least at the fifth realm. Of course, there were also some people who dared to wander in the universe at the fourth realm. They either had no other choice or were extremely talented. In short, it was safer to wander in the universe at the fifth realm. However, if they encountered any danger, they would not be able to escape death. The days of guarding the Leviathan were very leisurely. The so-called guarding was just a title. In reality, all Chunzong did every day was cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Chunzong stepped on the great whale. The divine form has reached the limit of the final realm. The next step is to break through. Chunzong thought to himself, the divine form hasn't broken through, and the world sword technique and heart sword technique have reached perfection. Although the mountain river technique has been perfected, there is no essential change. It can only be considered as an absolute art. Breakthrough. If I want to continue to improve my strength, I have to break through the limit and reach the super realm. Chunzong was very clear about his current cultivation path and how to progress. Now, if I want to break through the limit of the divine form and reach the super realm from the final realm, there are only 3 ways. Chunzong's eyes flickered. First, like last time, I can obtain the divine form origin and refine it. Then I can break through the limit and reach the super realm. Second, I can cultivate slowly. When the time is right, I can naturally break through. Third, I can use external forces to stimulate my body and stimulate my potential to break through. However, it's not that easy to obtain the divine form origin. The chances are very slim. I can't pin my hopes on this path. It's going to naturally break through, but I don't know how long it will take. Maybe I'll have an epiphany, or maybe I'll have to wait a few years, or even a few decades. If it was a few years, it would be fine. But if it was a few decades, it would be too long. This was an uncertain factor. The third path, or the third method, was to use external forces to stimulate one's potential. In other words, it was to fight. Fight with a strong enemy, and bring enough external pressure to stimulate one's potential. Chunzong had used this method more than once. Then, where could he use external forces? Chunzong had an idea. He got up, walked out of his cabin, and headed for the colossal whale's combat room. The great whale was 10,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and several hundred meters tall. Its interior was extremely spacious. Naturally, the ship's guards wouldn't be cultivating all the time. Sometimes, they would be itching to go out and fight. In the vast universe, they couldn't possibly go out and fight the behemoths. That would be akin to courting death. What should he do? He could only fight with the other guards. That was why the combat room was born. Before long, Chunzong stepped into the combat room. The combat room was 100 meters high, 1,000 meters long, and nearly 1,000 meters wide. It was quite spacious. In the middle of the combat room, there was a 3-meter-high arena, 500 meters long and 500 meters wide. 4 huge pillars stood around the arena. The pillars emitted light that covered the entire arena. That was a protective shield. When the arena was sealed, it would prevent the impact of the battle from spreading to the outside and causing unnecessary damage. Although a third realm's power couldn't do any damage to the colossal whale, it was not allowed to scratch the surface. 2 people were fighting on the arena in the combat room. They didn't hold back at all. It was a battle where they wanted to kill each other. Not long after, someone was killed. However, his body soon appeared on the battle arena. The person who was killed was not his real body. In other words, he was not really killed. It was just like the arrangement of the death arena in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only in such a battle would one be able to unleash their full strength. Then, another person stepped onto the arena. Chenzong didn't know one of them, but Chenzong knew the other and had fought with him before. It was Tian Shuang. It was the first time Chenzong saw Tian Shuang since he boarded the colossal whale half a year ago. He felt that Tian Shuang's aura seemed to be even colder, and his strength seemed to be stronger than half a year ago. When the battle started, Tian Shuang attacked right away. His red feathered robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair danced. Specks of frost quickly spread out from his feet. Soon, it spread to the entire arena. Countless wisps of cold air also spread in the air. Indeed, Tian Shuang's ice energy was much stronger than half a year ago. The chill was extremely shocking. Immediately, the soldiers watching the battle below the dueling platform were shocked. This newcomer isn't weak. Yes, indeed. His ice power is very strong. Many people whispered to each other. They were all Third Realm experts who had become guards earlier. Every one of them was a true Super Realm expert from different buildings. Their strength was extraordinary, and they could be said to be top experts below the Divine General's role. There were even true experts on the Divine General's role among the guards, but there were very few of them. Experts on the Divine General's role usually wouldn't come to the arena. After all, they were too strong. Those below the Divine General's role were no match for them at all. Experts on the Divine General's role also wouldn't casually attack each other. Frost spread in all directions. Ice blades also condensed in the air and appeared behind Tian Shuang. The ice blades were aimed directly at his opponent, and their auras locked onto him from afar. Kill! In an instant, the ice blades condensed with shocking coldness and sharpness shot through the air. They came from the front, the side, and even the top and bottom. They attacked from all directions without any blind spots. They were extremely fast, and their power was shocking. More importantly, there was a shocking coldness spreading in the air. Tian Shuang's opponent was in a tight spot right away. He could only unleash his strength and break the ice blades that came at him. Tian Shuang's opponent wasn't a new guard this time. Instead, he was a guard who had become a guard a few years earlier. His strength was extraordinary. Even so, he could only defend against Tian Shuang's ice blades. He couldn't fight back at all. Moreover, as he continued to shatter the ice blades, the chill spread and invaded his body, bit by bit, causing the circulation of his blood and qi to slowly be affected. In turn, it affected the circulation of his strength, causing his reaction speed to unknowingly slow down. Not long after, the person was struck by an ice blade. The ice blade shattered and a terrifying ice energy exploded, directly invading the person's body. His movements paused slightly and became even stiffer. Immediately, more ice blades struck the person's body, arms, and legs. The power of ice exploded, and frost quickly spread out from his body, covering his entire body. His hair and eyebrows were all frozen, and they were all white. Chapter 2589. Tian Shuang won. Chenzong saw that the other party had taken out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals and handed it to him. The battle here was paid. The loser had to pay 10,000 Cosmos God crystals to the winner. This was the rule and also a prize. It was considered as a kind of entertainment after the battle and added some fun. Ice energy? Let me play with you. A ship protector took a step forward and appeared on the martial arena. His body was filled with a surging and blazing aura. Soon after, with a hong sound, endless fire aura rose from his body. His primordial spirit Dharma idol appeared. It was in the shape of a flaming man. Burn! It burned fiercely. That flame was blazing to the extreme. The high temperature was surging, and wave after wave swept out like a raging tide. Immediately, the frost in the surroundings melted rapidly. White water vapor rose up and filled the surroundings like a rolling tide. Chi-chi-chi sounds could be heard continuously. Tian Shuang's expression turned solemn. The great Tao energy that this person grasped was actually the power of fire. Fire and ice were two opposite types of energy. Ice and fire were incompatible. Tian Shuang made his move as soon as they met face to face. The power of ice increased and spread out once again. At the same time, the power of fire from the other party burst out. That flaming man god burned as though it had turned into a flaming demon god. It was terrifying to the extreme. The high temperature it emitted was incomparably blazing, as though it could burn the firmament and everything. In a split second, many ice blades condensed out of thin air and shot towards the other party. But with a wave of his hand, the other party rolled up a wave of flames. It let out an incomparably violent rumbling sound and roared as it charged towards the other party. Attack! The incomparably violent and overbearing wave of flames attacked without mercy. This newcomer is really not bad. He can actually fight with Yin Wu. He is not a match for Yin Wu. Not long after, the ice blades released by Tian Shuang were all melted. Even the frost on the ground was rapidly melting. The blazing power of fire was constantly approaching Tian Shuang. It affected Tian Shuang and made him feel as though he was being ignited. Heat. The monstrous heat was crazily attacking. Wave after wave, it was incomparably violent and shockingly tyrannical. Tian Shuang's expression became more and more solemn. Defeat. Under that tyrannical strength of Yin Wu, Tian Shuang was ultimately defeated and could only hand over 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals to the other party. Who else want to play? After accepting the 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals, Yin Wu stood on the martial arena. The flaming man deity avatar stood tall in midair. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he swept past. His voice also contained a kind of astonishing fiery aura. For a moment, no one went up on stage. Yin Wu was a senior master here. He had once fought with a master on the Divine General's list and was only at a disadvantage. He was a super master who was extremely close to the Divine General's list. Boring. After looking around and noticing that no one had taken the initiative to come up to the arena, Yin Wu instantly curled his lips and muttered before intending to leave the combat arena. "Let me do it." A clear and melodious voice rang out. It was as though a long sword was clanging as it appeared on the battle arena. "Good, you have guts, but you are very unfamiliar. Are you a new soldier this time?" Hearing this, Yin Wu's face flashed with joy. He quickly turned around and stared at the newcomer. Immediately, he was slightly startled because the person in front of him was very unfamiliar. Apparently, it was the first time he had seen him. Yes, Shenzong nodded. Just now, when he saw the battle between Yin Wu and Tian Shuang, he was extremely powerful and should be able to give him enough pressure to stimulate more of his potential. With this, he could break through the shackles and reach the level of the transcendent realm of his two deity avatars. That newcomer's strength is not bad, but I don't know how you are. Yin Wu smiled and said, "Make your move. Let me see what you are capable of." Without hesitation, Shenzong immediately activated his two deity avatars. What? The deity avatar of Qi refinement and the deity avatar of body refinement are both Qi refinement and Qi refinement. Both deity avatars are only 33 meters tall. They are actually at the final realm. How can a final realm warrior become a guardianship? Surprise! Other than Tian Shuang and a few others who knew of Shenzong's strength, the other guardianship were very surprised. The final realm. Everyone present was at the transcendent realm. Only the final realm. Yin Wu frowned, and the joy on his face turned into displeasure. "You can leave now. Come back and fight me when you break through to the transcendent realm." Yin Wu looked down on those at the final realm. They were not enough to be his opponent. Fighting with someone at the final realm would be embarrassing. "You may not be my opponent." Shenzong stared at Yin Wu and said in a serious tone. Hearing this, everyone below the battle arena was stunned. They felt as if they were hearing things. Was this something a final realm warrior should say? Arrogant. Yin Wu was stunned at first, and then anger flashed in his eyes. He did not attack, because it would be embarrassing for him to fight with someone at the final realm with his strength. It would be natural for him to win. If he did not win cleanly, he might be ridiculed by his colleagues or even mocked by his opponent. However, Chunzong's words angered him. "You may not be my opponent." What was this? Although he did not know why a mere final realm warrior could become a guardian ship, how strong could he be? At most, he was at the level of a pseudo-transcendent realm warrior. "I'll give you a chance. Make your move," Yin Wu said coldly. The flaming deity avatars appeared again and burned. A monstrous fire quickly spread out, as if everything would be burned to ashes. The scorching heat filled the surroundings and quickly swept the battle arena. Huh! The shocking heat shocked Chunzong. The scorching heat was all-pervasive and surrounded him. It was as if it was going to seep into his body and ignite him from the inside out. Sword will erupted, and power surged like a tide. It immediately resisted the attack of the scorching heat. The sword was unsheathed, and a dazzling sword light flashed. The dark green sword light suddenly tore through the sky and attacked Yin Wu mercilessly. As soon as Chunzong attacked, he unleashed the world swordsmanship of the perfect realm. The power was shocking, and the swordsmanship was mysterious. The realm was so high that Yin Wu was secretly shocked. Everyone could tell whether Chunzong had any tricks up his sleeves. They were secretly surprised. Great path swordsmanship. Moreover, it was a great path swordsmanship of high realm. No one present could compare with him in terms of realm. As Chunzong attacked with his sword, Yin Wu also attacked. A flame instantly blasted out. Its power was extremely strong and shocking. In the battle between Tian Shuang and Yin Wu, Chunzong could more or less see the strength of Yin Wu. He was indeed stronger than Tian Shuang. Moreover, he might have hidden part of his strength and did not show it completely. This was what Chunzong needed. Perhaps it could bring him enough pressure. The world swordsmanship was domineering and powerful. Chunzong directly slashed out, colliding with the flames. Scorching heat assaulted him, but it was blocked by Chunzong's strength. Soon after, Chunzong's swordsmanship changed, becoming light and agile. His swordsmanship was extremely fast, as if he was flying through the air as he wished, attacking Yin Wu. A second great path swordsmanship. Not only Yin Wu, but the spectators were also shocked. It was already amazing to master a great path swordsmanship of high realm. However, he had mastered a second one. Moreover, his realm was so high. It was really shocking. It was no wonder that he could become a guard of the warship at the final realm. This level of swordsmanship was unparalleled. Although Yin Wu was very shocked, he did not hesitate in his attacks. The shocking power of the flame burst out continuously. Immediately, it condensed into flaming beasts. They were like flaming tigers and flaming lions. They all pounced on Chunzong. They were as ferocious as tigers. Their roars shook the surroundings. To put it bluntly, Yin Wu's fighting methods were similar to Tian Shuang's. They were both close combat. He controlled the power of the great path of flames and blasted it out continuously. This made it difficult for Chunzong to get close. Without being able to get close, Chunzong naturally could not fully display the power of his swordsmanship. An extremely sharp screech suddenly sounded. In the sky, countless flames surged and condensed into a huge flaming eagle. It was lifelike and burning crazily. The flaming wings suddenly shook and folded forward. It seemed to roll up a blazing firestorm and blasted toward Chunzong. Immediately after, the flaming eagle shook its wings again. Its huge body swooped down from the sky and rushed toward Chunzong mercilessly. Chunzong's eyebrows trembled. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A strong sense of danger also erupted. Domineering blow of divine wind. The sword swept up a dark cyan sword essence and suddenly slashed through the air. The sword essence was extremely domineering and powerful. It directly slashed the huge flaming eagle and was instantly shattered. Chunzong immediately felt a strong and amazing force rushing toward him, accompanied by an indescribable heat. The sword in his hand was extremely hot, as if it had been placed in a furnace to be calcined. The heat was amazing. It swept along his arm and spread to his body. His chi and blood were boiling as if they had been ignited and were about to burn. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The sword essence flowed, and the power was bursting. It expelled the amazing heat that had invaded his body. It constantly gushed out from the pores all over his body. Hot steam surged up and lingered in the air. It's not enough, Chunzong said to himself. His eyes were shining. The pressure was not enough to stimulate his own potential. The method of using external pressure to stimulate one's own potential and break through the shackles and limits seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to do. First, one must have reached a limit and reached a bottleneck. It was difficult to break through in a short time. Otherwise, if one had not reached the limit and reached the bottleneck, there was still room for improvement. There was no need to do this. Second, to stimulate one's own potential with external pressure, one must have enough potential. If one's own potential was not enough, it could not be stimulated no matter how hard one tried. Instead, it would hurt oneself, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Third, even if one's own potential was enough, it might not be stimulated at once. It might take several times. Chunzong was very clear about these 3 points. Similarly, Chunzong was full of confidence. That was why he dared to do so. He did not use the unique skill of the world sword art, Mountain River, because once he used it, even if he could not defeat his opponent, it would definitely cause a great threat or even harm to Yanwu. That was not Chunzong's purpose. Therefore, without using the unique skill of Mountain River, he fought fiercely with his own swordsmanship and so on. He used the pressure to stimulate his own potential. Chapter 2590. On the gladiator arena, the flames swept out like waves, rushing in all directions. When they hit the protective shield, they instantly rolled back like a tide, surging back and forth. Obviously, Yanwu had an amazing application and control of his own power of the great path of flames. As the flames surged, they quickly rotated as if they had turned into a vortex of flames. Chunzong was trapped in it and had nowhere to hide. He could only use his own power to resist the terrifying and omnipresent power of the flames. Sweep, spin. It was like a big flaming millstone trying to crush Chunzong. Yanwu's body was suspended in mid-air, and the flame god form on his body was burning wantonly. The flames were monstrous, and his aura was endless. He was like a flame god controlling all the flames in the world. Chunzong, on the other hand, was trapped in the vortex of flames or the flaming millstone. He was constantly being stirred and attacked, and could only use his own power to resist. Fire Dragon's Sky Rush. Yanwu was like a god of fire as he issued a divine order. In an instant, the unceasingly revolving flames frantically contracted inwards. Layer by layer, they completely covered Chunzong's body, as if they were going to devour him. Then, with an extremely terrifying power, they carried Chunzong's body and soared into the sky. Like a flaming dragon soaring into the sky, the terrifying power kept exploding in it. Each explosion caused obvious damage to Chunzong, and the blazing flame aura also crazily invaded his body. The dragon roared loudly and soared into the sky with unparalleled power. The spectators below the gladiator arena were shocked. Tian Shuang even widened his eyes. When he fought with Yanwu just now, Yanwu did not use this move. In other words, Yanwu did not use his full strength. The terrifying power crazily invaded. Chunzong had no choice but to use all his power. The shadow of mountains and rivers appeared in the fire dragon. World sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. In an instant, a majestic sword light condensed with the shadow of mountains and rivers slashed out. It rushed out of the flaming dragon, and as if it had broken it, it also slashed toward Yanwu, who was floating in mid-air. Third realm experts could hover in the air for a short period of time. The stronger the third realm, the stronger their ability to hover in the air for a short period of time. This sword strike immediately shocked everyone, including Yen Wu. He felt it the most clearly and intensely. The sword will of that sword had an extremely domineering feeling. It was as if a mountain and river were crushing down, but it was also as if the sword was suppressing a mountain and river. In short, the profoundness of the sword was beyond his imagination. Not A.O. Wu. That was clearly beyond A.O. Wu's level. What was beyond A.O. Wu? Yen Wu's mind started to work. It was an absolute art, a great Tao absolute art. A greater extremity actually executed a great Tao ultimate technique. Yen Wu only felt that his brain wasn't enough. The ultimate techniques of the great Tao were even more profound applications of the great Tao. They had already surpassed his level and were on a completely different level. His fire dragon Heavenly Blast was indeed very powerful and was at the peak of surmounting A.O. Wu. However, it couldn't be compared to a great Tao absolute art. That was the difference between the realms, just like the difference between the third realm and the fourth realm. Therefore, even if Chunzong was inferior to Yen Wu in terms of absolute power, the difference in the realms of great Tao absolute arts was a qualitative change in power. Naturally, he could break through A.O. Wu's powerful fire dragon Heavenly Blast and slash at Yen Wu. Unfortunately, this sword attack did not manage to defeat Yen Wu. Instead, it only managed to injure him. As for Chun Zongshi, after unleashing this attack, he had practically exhausted all of his strength. Immediately, he was engulfed by the flames and defeated. Although he was defeated, no one dared to underestimate Chun Zong. Two godly forms, two great Tao sword techniques of extremely high realms. Great Tao absolute art, and this was just a greater extremity. Everyone knew that once Chun Zong broke through to the super extremity, his power would immediately increase by leaps and bounds. By then, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Yen Wu. Yen Wu himself was also very clear about this. In fact, everyone even had a thought. Once Chun Zong broke through to the super extremity and became a true super extremity, would he have the power of an expert on the divine general ranking list? This wasn't impossible. Even though he was defeated, Chun Zong didn't feel dejected. Not even a little bit. The only pity was that his potential hadn't been fully stimulated, and he still couldn't break through. However, that didn't matter. The third realm guards on the Great Whale weren't weak. He could still continue to fight. He took out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals and handed them to Yen Wu. Yen Wu's subordinates invited Chun Zong for a drink. This meant that they wanted to befriend Chun Zong. Chun Zong didn't decline. He drank and chatted with Yen Wu. At the same time, he was also reflecting on the battle with Yen Wu just now. This was the extraordinary part of the One Heart Sutra. Yen Wu could never have imagined that the person in front of him would be drinking and chatting with him while reflecting on the battle just now. Furthermore, the person in front of him had found his own shortcomings and improved upon them. Bit by bit, the person in front of him had become stronger. Wine couldn't be finished. What was finished was one's heart. Wine couldn't be drunk forever, and conversation couldn't be carried on forever. There would always be a pause, and that was when the wine ended and people dispersed. After returning to his cabin, Chun Zong also learned some information. There were more than 100 guards on the Great Whale. The strongest one was a 6th realm Emperor-level expert, who was the commander of the guards. Next were 4 5th realm Emperor-level experts. Then there were more than 24th realm experts, and the remaining 70 or so were all 3rd realm experts. Apart from Chun Zong, the rest of the 70 or so 3rd realm experts were all true transcendent realm experts. This was undoubtedly a shocking force. Of course, if one were to make a comparison, they would realize that it wasn't that shocking. After all, the Great Whale belonged to a first-grade branch, and there were only 4 first-grade branches of the trade wind building in the 10,000 elements boundary. As for second-grade branches, there were more of them. Some universes didn't have any second-grade branches, but some universes had more than one. As for third-grade branches, there were even more of them. A first-grade branch had a seventh realm emperor-level expert overseeing it. It was a force much stronger than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Most of the guards on the Great Whale were recruited from the first-grade branch, while a small number were recruited from the second-grade branches. Among the 70 or so transcendent realm experts, there were as many as 3 on the Divine General's roll, which surprised Qinzong. As for the others, even if they weren't on the Divine General's roll, they weren't weak either. For example, Yin Wu was a transcendent realm expert, second only to those on the Divine General's roll. There were several others on the Great Whale who were as strong as Yin Wu. Qinzong's eyes lit up. He moved toward the arena again. The battle on the arena had just ended, and no one had gone up yet. Qinzong leaped onto the arena without hesitation. He swept his gaze across the arena. "Who wants to fight me?" His words were as sharp as a sword, and his sword intent was oppressive. Many people had seen the battle between Qinzong and Yin Wu, so they more or less knew Qinzong's strength. His strength was almost on par with Yin Wu's. Among the third realm soldiers here, he could be considered above average. If the 3 experts on the Divine General's roll were considered the top level, then Yin Wu and a few others could be considered above average. Qinzong's strength was obviously just a little weaker than Yin Wu's. For a moment, no one took the initiative to fight Qinzong because they weren't confident. Qinzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Was his plan to use external forces to stimulate his potential for a breakthrough going to fail? Or should he continue to challenge Yin Wu? Or should he directly challenge the other experts who were on par with Yin Wu? It seemed that this was the only way. Just as Qinzong was thinking, a figure stepped into the battle room. The figure carried a long blade on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were extremely bright and sharp. It was as if cold lightning swept across the sky and directly landed on the battle arena, or rather, Qinzong's body. At that moment, Qinzong only felt his whole body tremble. His bones and muscles tightened subconsciously, and he felt as if there was an invisible blade moving along his skin. An indescribable cold touch instantly spread and swept over his whole body. He couldn't help but tremble. "Do you need an opponent? I'll be your opponent." The newcomer's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He smiled slightly, and his teeth were so white that they seemed to reflect the light of a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and his body broke through the wind like a knife. In an instant, he became one with his saber and tore through the sky like a shocking saber light. He landed on the arena with an extremely shocking saber intent and approached Qinzong with amazing sharpness. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, his body was as sharp as a knife, and his intent was as sharp as a knife. This was an expert, a super expert who used a saber. Qinzong's mind turned like lightning. He immediately remembered that Yin Wu had mentioned several super experts who were only second to the experts on the Divine General list. One of them used a saber, and his name was Bei Qian. Qinzong's eyes focused. His sword light flashed and met the opponent's gaze. His sword intent rose and collided with the opponent's saber intent without fear. He said at the same time, "It seems that you know me. Yin Wu must have told you." Bei Qian's eyes became more focused, and the smile on his face became more obvious. His exposed teeth were as cold as the edge of a saber. He said, "Great, I don't have to introduce myself. Then let's start." Okay. Qinzong's fighting spirit rose in his heart, and then his sword intent was activated to the extreme. Sword intent, saber intent. The two different wills were fighting against each other. Neither Qinzong nor Bei Qian directly activated their divine forms. They were purely using their sword intent and saber intent to fight against each other. Qinzong concluded that Bei Qian was a strong opponent who was even more suitable than Yin Wu to be his opponent. Bei Qian also confirmed that Qinzong was a good opponent. Sword and saber, sharpness against sharpness. Fight. Without activating their divine forms, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Their sharp swords were unsheathed, and their long sabers pierced through the air. Even without activating their divine forms, their strength was still very terrifying. What was more terrifying was their swordsmanship and saber techniques. Chunzong found that Bei Qian's saber technique was not only the great way of the saber technique, but also the profound realm. Among all the opponents that Chunzong had encountered so far, Bei Qian had the highest great way martial arts realm. Chapter 2591. Saber Light and Sword Shadow. Sword Shadow and Saber Light. On the gladiator arena, the two figures collided and intertwined. The sword chi surged and the saber wind attacked. Amazing sharpness filled the gladiator arena, as if it was sealed by a protective shield. It kept reverberating and sweeping, making the audience standing outside the gladiator arena feel a sense of horror. It was as if as long as they were in the arena, they would be pierced and torn apart by the terrible sharpness. Even Chunzong and Bei Qian did not activate their divine forms. What they displayed was only the strength of their own bodies. However, the sword essence and saber essence of the swordsmanship and saber essence that were displayed with the strength of their own bodies were extremely shocking and terrifying. Chunzong's sword essence was changeable. Sometimes it was strong, heavy, and overbearing, which was the sword essence of the world. Sometimes it was flexible and changeable, which was the sword essence of the heart. The sword essence of the world and the sword essence of the heart were also displayed alternately. Bei Qian's saber essence was a very sharp saber essence that seemed to be able to cut through everything. It was the same for his saber technique. Every stroke seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. Heaven-cleaving saber technique. Slash, slash, slash. During the fight, Chunzong could feel that Bei Qian's saber technique was amazing. Even though Bei Qian was only in the profound realm and was inferior to him in terms of realm, his application was very unique. Realm was realm, application was application, and they could not be confused. Some people's realms were indeed very high, but their applications were ordinary. Some people's realms might be ordinary, but their applications were unparalleled. Chunzong's great way swordsmanship realm improved too quickly. At least compared to others, it was extremely fast. Although there were advantages to improving quickly, there was also a disadvantage, which was that there was not enough time to completely master it. It was like eating a meal. If you ate quickly, you would inevitably be unable to chew and swallow slowly. You would have to carefully savor the taste. On the other hand, those who improve slowly would have more time and energy to spend on their application and bring out all the mysteries of the technique. Obviously, Chunzong was not as good as Bei Qian in terms of application. After all, Bei Qian had been using the sky chopping blade art for a longer time. Chunzong, on the other hand, had to master the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship at the same time, and he had to improve them to the perfect realm in a relatively short period of time. In fact, Chunzong was very clear about this. However, with the Heart Sutra, his improvement would always be faster. Fighting with experts, was also a way to improve oneself, a very good way. For example, the fight between Chunzong and Bei Qian blade and sword was imperceptibly improving his application of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship. As a result, the more they fought, the more Bei Qian felt helpless and aggrieved like Chunzong's previous opponents. This was because Chunzong's swordsmanship was improving. His alternating use of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship was becoming more and more perfect. Suppression. Gradually, Bei Qian could not keep up with the changes and improvement of Chunzong's swordsmanship. The two different styles of swordsmanship were alternating, changing rapidly and unexpectedly. Bei Qian could not grasp it because he did not know whether his next move would be real or not. What was more, he felt that his saber skills had been seen through and targeted. Aggrieved, very aggrieved. In contrast to Bei Qian, Chunzong felt incomparably carefree. To his heart's content, incisively and vividly. That was how he felt. Only when he met his match could he stimulate his inner fighting spirit and make his blood boil. A good opponent not only had enough strength, but also had to be a good match for him. He has been suppressed. Bei Qian has been suppressed. The number 1 saberman of the battleship sergeants has been suppressed. The onlookers were surprised again and again. Who was Bei Qian? Among the battleship sergeants on the Great Whale, he was second only to the 3 experts on the Divine General's list. He was a super expert famous for his saber skills. Even Yan Wu had been defeated by him. Of course, Bei Qian's strength was about the same as Yan Wu's. In that battle, Bei Qian did not really defeat Yan Wu. He just had the upper hand. Even so, it showed that Bei Qian's skills were better. When it came to saber skills, even the 3 experts on the Divine General's list who used sabers were not as good as Bei Qian. But now, what do they see? Bei Qian had been suppressed by his opponent's swordsmanship. This level of Great Tao martial arts was too amazing. A final realm. He was merely at the great extremity. It was an incredible feeling. Breakout. Feeling aggrieved, Bei Qian directly broke out and activated his divine image. His divine image was a 120 feet tall illusory figure of a saberman. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an earth-shattering power, as if it could split the sky. Nothing could stop the slash of the long saber. Everything would be cut and smashed by the long saber. As soon as Bei Qian activated his divine image, Chunzong also activated his divine image. The difference between using and not using the divine image was very obvious. Once the body of the divine image was activated, its power would be released. That was the real strength. In short, when the body of the divine image was not activated, the strength of the body was only about 1/10 of the original strength. After activating the body of the divine image, the strength could be fully exerted. Even if Bei Qian's Great Tao martial arts realm was not as good as his, he could not resist absolute power. The divine image of Qi refining and the divine image of body refining were activated at the same time. In an instant, they grew to 110 feet. Chunzong could also feel that there was an amazing power awakening in his body. It was like an undercurrent in the deep sea. It cannot be seen, but it quietly showed its terrible power. Potential. That was the potential in the depths of his body. It was being activated little by little as he fought with Bei Qian. It was like a giant dragon being awakened from a deep sleep. Once it was fully awakened, it was bound to erupt with amazing power. The power of the swordsmanship and saber techniques activated by the body of the divine image was increased by 10 times. The sharpness of each sword and saber was also several times stronger. It was more shocking and made people shudder with fear. Chunzong was not as powerful as Bei Qian in terms of the power of the divine image. However, when the 2 bodies of the divine image were superimposed, he could still barely contend with Bei Qian. In addition, Bei Qian's increasingly superior swordsmanship was still unable to turn the situation around. He was still at a disadvantage. One saber breaks the mountain. Suddenly, Bei Qian's saber technique changed. The power condensed and then slashed out at an amazing speed. It was as if he could split the mountain directly. The power was amazing and terrifying. The saber radiance was shocking and overbearing. As soon as it appeared, Chunzong felt numb all over and his hair stood on end. It was as if his whole body had been split by the saber. It was horrifying. However, Chunzong did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his sword and slashed it down. Mighty slash of heavenly wind. It was an overbearing sword. The power of the top level 12 AO Wu was amazing. The saber radiance and the sword radiance collided, making an ear-piercing sound. Then they shattered. The impact of the overbearing power directly blasted into Chunzong's body. It was an extremely terrifying power that seemed to split his body. However, that burst of power did not split Chunzong's body apart. Instead, under Chunzong's guidance, it seemed to have stimulated the awakened potential a step further. Full of vigor. Again, Chunzong roared in a voice that only he could hear. Then he slashed again. Slash. This kind of tough confrontation was the best way to stimulate one's potential allowing the potential that was already in the process of awakening to be truly stimulated. Even though every time they collided, Chunzong's power would make him tremble unconsciously, as if he was being slashed by a long saber, he still withstood it. His potential was stimulated at this moment. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Beiqian's saber technique was displayed by Ao Wu. 1 stroke after another. The power of each stroke was extremely shocking and overbearing. Awakening. Every time Chunzong received a stroke, the terrifying power rushed into his body. It made Chunzong feel that the power in his body was constantly awakening. It was more and more vigorous. It was as if a dormant volcano had been awakened and magma was boiling. Rumble. The sound was like thunder. In the dark clouds, there were countless bolts of lightning surging. It was like the prelude of a tsunami. The dark clouds hung low and the wind swept over, roaring wantonly, stirring up trouble. No one could see Chunzong's state at this moment. They could only feel that Chunzong's fighting spirit was rising. His sword essence seemed to be unprecedentedly condensed. The sharpness seemed to be unstoppable. Chunzong's eyes became brighter, as if they could pierce through the sky. Void-shattering 5 strokes. Beiqian displayed a more overbearing stroke. The power of this stroke had completely reached the limit of Ao Wu. It was the real limit. If it broke through again, it would reach the level of Great Tao unique technique. Of course, it was not easy to break through from Ao Wu to unique technique. It was extremely difficult. Even with Beiqian's talent, he could not find a clue. When the stroke of the void-shattering saber was released, the void seemed to be cut open. There was a faint grayish-white in the saber light. A terrifying aura condensed in the grayish-white. Chunzong was knocked back by this attack. The terrible power attacked him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. He felt like he was going to be torn into nothingness. That terrifying power invaded Chunzong's body, but it didn't really hurt him. Instead, it stimulated Chunzong's volcanic potential. Rumble, rumble. Within Chunzong's body, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a volcano had been accumulating power for thousands of years and was about to erupt with a monstrous power that could destroy the world. Potential. At this moment, the potential that had been dormant in his body suddenly erupted, surging up and filling the sky with endless smoke. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of heaven and earth, and had broken through all restraints. The mysterious power continued to surge out and into the 2 divine images on Chunzong's body. Both the godly aspect of qi refinement and the godly aspect of body refinement had reached the pinnacle of the grand extreme realm. At this moment, after this new power rushed in, the shackles were broken and the limits were shattered. Skyrocketing. Chunzong only felt that his godly aspect of qi refinement and the godly aspect of body refinement were skyrocketing. It was as if they were about to break through a limit. The overbearing power was condensing, accumulating, and about to erupt. This was a breakthrough from the grand extreme realm to the transcendent realm. It was of great significance. Once Chunzong broke through, he would immediately get rid of the level of the grand extreme realm. He would directly skip the pseudo-transcendent realm and step into the real transcendent realm. Chapter 2592. Explosion. The explosion of potential. The explosion of power. As soon as it erupted, a terrifying power was released in an instant like an ancient volcano, as if it could destroy everything. Everyone could clearly feel the power and energy gushing out from Chunzong's 2 divine images. It was extremely shocking, as if it could shake mountains and overturn seas. Beiqian could feel it the most clearly. Because of this, Beiqian was stunned. Breakthrough. Chunzong actually had a breakthrough. That kind of aura was a breakthrough. Beiqian had experienced the breakthrough of divine forms before. It was very profound. It was not an exception to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. Of course, it was not common either. Beiqian did not attack. He stood still with his saber in his hand, waiting for Chunzong to complete the breakthrough. As Chunzong broke through, his aura became more and more powerful. Beiqian's battle intent became more and more intense. His eyes seemed to contain two shocking sabers that could cut through everything. Chunzong's two divine forms broke through from 110 feet. They gradually strengthened and finally stabilized at 120 feet. 120 feet was the super realm. Vigorous and unparalleled power suddenly surged in the two divine forms. They were both cultivated from the annihilation force of the ninth heaven breath gale. They were of the same origin. However, the power in the divine form of Qi refining was like a raging tide, while the power in the divine form of body refining was like a blazing fire. The two kinds of power, which were of the same origin but had some differences, came into contact with each other at this moment. They overlapped without any repulsion. They were inseparable and surged endlessly, providing Chunzong with strong power. Chunzong felt that the power was extremely strong and seemed to be invincible. At this moment, Chunzong felt a little intoxicated. Who did not pursue powerful power? The improvement in the moment of a breakthrough was really indescribable. Power. Enrichment. Gradually, the fluctuating power in his body calmed down. It was not that his power had declined, but that Chunzong had gradually mastered the power after the breakthrough. Thank you, Chunzong said to Beiqian. Why should he thank him? This was because Beiqian didn't take this opportunity to attack him. Although he couldn't interrupt his breakthrough, it would cause some interference and trouble, making it difficult for him to carefully appreciate the subtle changes before and after the breakthrough. Come, let me see your strength after your breakthrough. Beiqian laughed. His eyes became brighter and sharper. Take this. Chunzong's words were as sharp as the edge of a sword, bringing with them the sound of metal clashing. The moment his words fell, his body flashed and exploded with a speed that was much faster than before. The moment his body and sword became one, he appeared in front of Beiqian. A flash of sword light tore through the sky, bringing with it an unparalleled power. It was overbearing and unparalleled, and it directly slashed towards Beiqian. World Sword Technique. It was still the World Sword principle at the complete realm, but it gave Beiqian a completely different feeling. Even faster, stronger. However, Beiqian didn't dodge. In fact, even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only roar and immediately slash out with his saber. Just like before, he wanted to meet force with force. The moment the saber and the sword collided, the saber light was instantly shattered. Although the sword light was also shattered, it was slightly slower. Beiqian immediately felt an overbearing and unparalleled power rushing towards him from the front. There was a kind of majestic and overbearing power, as if it was going to crush him. Retreat. Under the head-on collision, Beiqian retreated for the first time. Chunzong's sword didn't stop at all, and the second sword strike followed. One sword strike followed by another, as if there was no pause. The sword strikes were linked together, and each sword strike erupted with an extremely terrifying power, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Everyone below the fighting ring was dumbfounded. Beiqian was actually suppressed. This time, he didn't suppress him purely with his superior swordsmanship, but with the power of his swordsmanship. Power. Compared to before, Chunzong's power was more than twice as strong. The power of his swordsmanship combined with the mysteriousness of his swordsmanship was even more terrifying. Beiqian slashed out his saber strike again. It was his most powerful strike, but this strike was directly blocked by Chunzong's domineering slash of divine wind. It couldn't push Chunzong back at all. After this counterattack, Beiqian fell into a passive state again. The rhythm was completely controlled by Chunzong, because the alternating use of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship was really amazing. It felt like falling into a swamp, but also like being involved in an erupting mountain torrent. In short, Beiqian tried his best to resist and break out, but he still couldn't seize the opportunity to counterattack. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Like a trapped beast, he couldn't show his claws and fangs. Stop, Beiqian suddenly said. The majestic and overbearing sword light that was slashing down paused and didn't move at all, showing Chunzong's amazing control. I give up, Bei Qian said with a smile. He took out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals and gave them to Chunzong. This meant that he admitted defeat. There was no other way. Even though he still had some techniques that he hadn't used, Chunzong also had some. His saber technique realm was inferior to his opponent's sword technique realm. Now that Chunzong had broken through to the transcendent realm and reached the true transcendent realm, his strength wasn't inferior to Bei Qian's. In addition to his superb swordsmanship, Chunzong could not only compete with Bei Qian, but also suppress him. Therefore, Bei Qian admitted defeat. If he didn't admit defeat and continue to fight, he would lose in the end. Bei Qian didn't care about winning or losing. Staying alive was the most important thing. Chunzong wanted to continue to fight to his heart's content, but if Bei Qian didn't want to, he couldn't force him. Therefore, he sheathed his sword. I heard that you can drink well, Bei Qian said with a smile after sheathing his saber. How many cups do you want? Okay. Chunzong paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. The two of them jumped down from the arena one after another. They didn't look like they had just fought a fierce battle. They looked so relaxed. After the two of them left, no one went up to the arena for a while. Instead, they were all thinking about the battle between Chunzong and Bei Qian. It was very shocking, and there were many things that were worth learning or comprehending. Do you have the Divine Image secret order? Bei Qian asked as he took out a jar of good wine and poured a bowl for Chunzong. Yes. Chunzong picked up the bowl of wine without hesitation. The wine aroma was rich and mellow, as if it had been accumulated for thousands of years. This was a jar of good wine that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The transcendent realm of the Divine Image secret realm is different from the first three levels. Bei Qian also poured a bowl of good wine for himself. The amber color of the wine was mesmerizing. There, you will meet transcendent realm people from all over the universe. Hearing this, Chunzong couldn't help but feel surprised and indescribable excitement. Transcendent realm people from all over the universe. Of course, this referred to the transcendent realm of the third realm. At the same time, it was also the level with the largest number of people. The resources on the fourth level are limited, and the transcendent realm people from all over the universe are gathered there. The competition is very intense. Bei Qian smiled. Even some experts on the divine general ranking list can't fight for resources alone. Breaking through to the transcendent realm with the divine image body didn't mean that it was the end. It could still continue to improve until it reached the true extreme of the transcendent realm. If one relied on their usual cultivation, it would take a long time. However, if one hunted celestial images to obtain the celestial image essence and absorbed it, one could shorten the time by a lot. Saving time meant that one could have more time to consolidate and even break through to the fourth realm. Fight! Although the lifespan of a cultivator was relatively long, and it would continue to increase as their cultivation level increased, no one would reject breakthroughs and advancements that had no side effects. The stronger one was, the higher one's status. No matter when or where, the strong had the right to speak. This was an eternal truth. The fourth level of the Divine Image secret realm belonged to the level where only transcendent realm experts could go. However, compared to the first three levels, the celestial images on the fourth level were more limited. The transcendent realm wasn't as detailed as the boundaries of a universe. It directly faced the entire universe. There were limited resources. If one wanted to obtain them, one could only fight for them. Chunzong had never been to the fourth level of the Divine Image secret realm, but Bei Qian had been there many times. Hence, he knew more about the situation on the fourth level. I have a team on the fourth floor called Heavenly Blade. There are 7 members in total. 4 of them practice the saber, and the other 3 practice the sword. Are you interested in joining? Bei Qian's words were as direct and sharp as his saber skills. Let me take a look first. Chunzong didn't immediately agree to Bei Qian's invitation. After all, he hadn't entered the fourth level personally. All the information he had was hearsay. Perhaps Bei Qian wasn't exaggerating at all. However, Chenzong still hoped that he could enter the fourth level personally and experience it for himself. That would be more accurate. All right, Bei Qian didn't say anything else. The two of them started to taste the 1,000-year-old wine. After finishing the jar of wine, Chenzong bid farewell and returned to his cabin. I've finally broken through to the transcendent realm. Chenzong sat down. His entire body seemed to relax instantly. He had achieved a small goal. However, it was only a small goal. Therefore, Chenzong gathered his strength once again. His eyes became even sharper, and his aura became even more powerful. Breaking through to the transcendent realm, or even a true transcendent realm, wasn't a big deal. It should be known that there was a divine general ranking in the third realm. There were a total of 9,990 people. In addition, there were many experts below the divine general ranking. Some of them even had the ability to reach the end of the divine general ranking. In addition, there were some experts who weren't listed on the divine general ranking for various reasons. However, they had the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking. Hence, in the entire universe, there were definitely more experts who had the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking than the 9,999 people. It wouldn't be surprising if there were more than twice as many experts. Do I have the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking now? Chenzong muttered to himself. He seemed to be asking himself. He wasn't sure because he hadn't fought with an expert on the divine general ranking yet. Previously, when he fought with Odd, he wasn't his match. The difference in ability was too great, and he was almost killed by Odd. In the end, he had to use a drop of the suppressing boundary force to kill Odd. However, Chenzong's current strength had definitely improved by leaps and bounds compared to back then. Even so, Chenzong wasn't sure if he could fight Odd back then. After all, Odd had been suppressed by the World Suppression Force and killed by Chenzong before he could fully unleash his power. Chapter 2593. The Divine Aspect Secret Realm was a mysterious place that faced the entire universe, but it was not easy to enter. Only by holding a Divine Aspect Secret Order and using it as a medium could one truly enter the secret realm with the body of a Divine Aspect. The fourth level was the Transcendent Realm. A figure of 120 feet tall appeared in it, turning from blurry to clear. Chenzong looked around carefully. It seemed that the Transcendent Realm was not much different from the first three levels, but he could feel that the aura of the Divine Aspect in the Transcendent Realm was much stronger. Within the Transcendent Realm, there were also so-called camps, but they were relatively scattered. This was because the Transcendent Realm cultivators gathered here did not belong to any star field, nor did they belong to any border. Instead, they were spread across the entire universe. Perhaps not all the Transcendent Realm in the universe could enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm. After all, the number of Divine Aspect Secret Orders was limited. However, the Transcendent Realm that could enter the fourth level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm were either lucky enough to obtain a Divine Aspect Secret Order, or they were highly talented in the Divine Aspect Realm. This was the gathering place of experts. Bei Qian had said that the competition in the Transcendent Realm would be even greater because there were limited divine aspects. After all, if one did not compete, they would not be able to obtain the Divine Aspect essence. Bei Qian had also invited Chenzong to join his Heavenly Blade team, but Chenzong did not immediately agree. Instead, he planned to enter and see the situation first to see how intense the competition was. Only by seeing and experiencing it with one's own eyes would one be able to understand. Now that he had personally entered this place, Chenzong began to feel that there was a fierce aura in the air, as if there were golden spears and armored horses. Chenzong entered one of the camps. This was the only camp, and it was filled with buildings of different heights and sizes. The architectural styles were also very different. There were many patterns, and it gave people a feeling of experiencing different styles. The universe was vast, and different places had different customs and cultural heritages. These were revealed in various ways. It could be the eating habits, the style of clothing, the architectural style, and so on. These pavilions didn't exist from the beginning, but were built by the masters who entered this place. In fact, the bodies of gods didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. It wasn't a big problem whether they had a house or not. It was mainly a habit. Moreover, if there was a team, of course it would be better to have a pavilion as a base. They couldn't always have a gathering in the wilderness. At a glance, there were many pavilions of various shapes and colors in this camp. Shenzong did not count them in detail. This also meant that there were indeed many surpassing realm experts who could enter this place. For some reason, Shenzong felt excited. Here, he might be able to witness the glory of supreme realm masters from all over the universe. After wandering around the campsite, Shenzong walked out of the campsite. Although there was no map, Bei Qian had told him about the situation and topography of the campsite. With Shenzong's excellent memory, he already knew what was going on. Sharp Blade Mountain. This was a gathering place of gods in the surpassing realm. It was also the closest gathering place to the campsite. There were many gods in the mountain. Unlike the first 3 layers, the gods in the 4th layer were not classified in detail. The gods in the Sharp Blade Mountain did not all belong to the same type. There were many types. Because of its distance from the campsite, Sharp Blade Mountain had become the first choice for many masters who had just entered the surpassing realm. It became more lively here. As for those who had been here for a while, they would generally go to further places to look for other gods so as not to waste time competing with others. It was fine if they couldn't compete, but what if they did? There were too many wolves and too little meat. There was not enough to share. It was better to spend more time exploring further places. Often, there would be greater gains. Shenzong was a newcomer, so he could only go to Sharp Blade Mountain to see the difference between the gods in the surpassing realm and the first 3 layers. According to Bei Qian, the gods in the surpassing realm were very large. They were at least 100 feet tall. Naturally, they had more essence. At the foot of the mountain, Shenzong's eyes swept over casually. Suddenly, he stopped, squinted his eyes slightly, and stared to one side. There was a stone there. It was a stone that was 3 or 4 meters tall. It was cut in half. It was a broken stone. It looked ordinary, but there was a deep scratch on it. In Shenzong's eyes, it was not ordinary. As if he was possessed, Shenzong walked towards the broken stone in a daze, as if he had turned into a marionette. The seemingly ordinary scratch was full of strange magic in Shenzong's eyes. It had an unparalleled temptation. There was no reason. It was so simple and direct. At a glance, he was immediately touched. That scratch was several meters long, which was equivalent to crossing the entire surface of the broken rock. Moreover, it was more than 1 meter deep. The place where it was scratched was extremely smooth, as if a divine weapon had cut through tofu at lightning speed. Even with Shenzong's extremely sharp eyesight, he could not see the slightest bit of roughness. Unable to help himself, Shenzong reached out and touched it. The moment his fingers touched the scratch, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. There was an indescribable power shining like an electric current, but it could not be seen. When the fingers of Shenzong's divine image slowly moved down along the scratch, the electric shock became more and more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be a coldness and sharpness spreading like an invisible sharp blade. It directly penetrated the void and cut through the air toward Shenzong's fingers. In the blink of an eye, Shenzong felt that the claw marks in front of him had disappeared, and the broken stone had also disappeared. A hazy and blurry figure had also appeared. It was a figure with a broad back. The figure was filled with an indescribable aura, as if it was full of wildness. It was like some kind of wild beast, but it was a cultivator. In an instant, the figure that was filled with a wild aura suddenly flashed forward, breaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, the figure raised his left arm, curled his fingers into a claw, and suddenly swung it forward. At that moment, Shenzong's eyes seemed to be pierced. There were only 3 extremely bright lights, and they were emitting an incomparably cold and sharp light. That amazing sharpness suddenly tore the void apart. The three claw lights tore through the void, and a huge rock in front of him, as fragile as a piece of tofu, was directly torn apart. After that huge rock was torn apart, only a broken stone about 3 to 4 meters high was left. It slowly became clear and overlapped with the broken stone in front of him. This was it. The part that was cut off was the masterpiece of that claw. It was done by one of the claw lights. As for the claw mark that was more than a meter deep, it was also left by one of the claw lights at that time. Sharpness, tearing. Chunzong recalled it over and over again. He felt as if he was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. But in fact, Chunzong still maintained his vigilance towards the outside world. If there was any situation that was disadvantageous to him, he would be able to react in the shortest time possible. That sharp claw not only tore apart the huge rock, but also the void. It also tore apart Chunzong's heart. In an instant, it brought Chunzong an indescribable understanding. Sharpness, extreme sharpness, sharpness that could tear everything apart. The great paths were interconnected. It meant that although various great paths were different, they were all from the same source. There were always similarities. Claws and sword were completely different. They were two completely different paths. But there were also similarities, such as sharpness. Claws had to be sharp to be able to tear through everything. Swords had to be sharp enough to cut, and cut through everything. Sharpness was the commonality between the two, and Chunzong had encountered it here. In fact, this piece of broken rock had been here for many years. Anyone who came to Blade Mountain would see this piece of broken rock. They would look at it curiously and even try to understand the claw marks on it. However, not everyone could find inspiration from the claw marks and comprehend something. Most people only saw a claw mark, and that was it. Only a few people were inspired, but that was all. It was difficult for them to comprehend anything from it. Only a very small number of people were truly inspired and could comprehend some mysteries from it. Of course, whether one could comprehend something was closely related to one's own comprehension ability. There were also other factors involved. It was not that one could comprehend something just because one had a high comprehension ability. For example, if one used a hammer as a weapon, it really had nothing to do with claws. Even if one's comprehension ability was high, it was difficult to comprehend anything because it was not suitable. However, sharp weapons, such as swords and sabers, had very direct similarities with claws. Chunzong's foundation in swordsmanship was very solid. His comprehension ability was also very high. He also had the Heart Sutra, which was an amazing cultivation method. Naturally, he would not come out empty-handed. Even the last bit of bottleneck in his heart was broken. There was a clear and bright feeling as if the dark clouds were lifted and the moon was revealed. At that moment, it was as if the sky was clear and the earth was bright. It was a kind of mystery that surpassed Ao Wu. Previously, with the help of the mystery of the World Scroll, Chunzong comprehended the unique skill of the Great Way, suppressing the mountain and river. Now, as he broke through to the super realm, suppressing the mountain and river became more and more perfect. Finally, it stepped into the threshold of a unique skill and became an inferior star-level unique skill. Its power increased greatly. However, in terms of the heart swordsmanship, it was slow. Even if Chunzong did not fall behind, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough because he lacked enough opportunities. For example, the World Scroll. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of opportunity that was tightly grasped in Chunzong's hands. He had not made much progress in comprehending the unique skill of the Great Way in the heart swordsmanship, but it was constantly accumulating. At this moment, after seeing the sharp claw mark, he was greatly touched. It was as if the shackles in his heart had been torn apart. Countless inspirations emerged in an instant, like a raging tide, wave after wave, endless and endless. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.